Welcome to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We are live from Coventry High School in Coventry. We'll be getting started in just a couple of minutes. I am Joe Aguirre with my man D-Lo, Daniel Lopez, and Jeremy Torres, JT. Guys, we got a schedule for 20 fights. I don't think we're going to quite get all 20. I know already we've had a couple get canceled, as you could expect would happen at pretty much any fight, but we've got all these different boxing clubs. The Connecticut Yukon Boxing Club, which basically formed after Jared met them and did some stuff over there at Yukon. So we'll have some guys making their debut from there as well. But it is going to be, you know Jared very well. You know the way he does business. We had our first event, the Revival, back in July, and I know you saw it was huge.
No, it's absolutely fantastic just to see, how far Scrub Scraps has come and all the organizations that he's got involved here. It's a beautiful thing, especially when it's for a good cause.
All right, D-Lo, we're going to be calling all these fights at certain times. Well, JT's going to go in there and do some ring announcing. So you and I will be here all afternoon calling fights. How you feeling?
I'm so excited to be here. Just the atmosphere is starting to get in. His fans are coming in. It's going to be such an awesome event tonight.
All right, we have wonderful sponsors. We're going to run you a quick commercial, and then we'll come back and we'll sort of get things started here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships to save money, producing better results ahead of schedule. Elm Hill Manor, an engaged assisted living community in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. The Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, honoring those that have made significant contributions to the world of boxing in and out of the squared circle. From fighters to trainers, and from officials to journalists, join us as we pay tribute to these extraordinary individuals. Compass Moving and Storage. Planning a move? Give us a call at 508-385-7070 or contact us by email to arrange a free estimate with one of our expert moving consultants. Costello Roofing. Roofing service from professionals you can trust. Central City Boxing and Barbell, providing a safe and supportive environment for individuals and families to train, grow, and reach their full potential in the sport of boxing. Please patronize our sponsors. And now back to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Week, Jared Jones, the founder of Scrub Scraps, was honored by the Totland Chamber of Commerce for Business of the Year. We just launched in February. Congratulations to Jared, who gave an unbelievable speech. We're going to cut to that right now.
My name is Jared Jones. I run a nonprofit treatment-based boxing program called Scrub Scraps, if you didn't figure that out. And Scrub Scraps has found a way to be able to succeed treating people where other treatments fail. And that might just sound like some cool words unless you've ever seen someone that conventional treatment failed for. If you've ever been close to an addict or an alcoholic and seen NA and AA fail, they're not just cool words. If you've been close to someone who's depressed or anxious and seen conventional therapy and medications fail, then they're not just cool words. And I'd love to stand up here and tell you the hundreds of Scrub Scrap success stories, but in the best interest of your time, I'm going to tell one. And I think it really encompasses the Scrub Scrap story well. I've had a lot of time with the family, got a lot of chance to discuss the history, and got the green light to tell one of our stories today. So Anna, if you just raise your hand. That's Anna. Anna's son is a member of Scrubs. And when I say conventional treatments fail, nobody knows better than her. She is strong, she is smart, she is resourceful. She's a mathematician and an engineer, so figuring stuff out is kind of what she does for our country. She works for the government. And she tried to help her struggling son. Therapy, medication, inpatient, outpatient, everything that was available to her, she tried. And when none of the treatments and none of the medications and none of the integrative processes worked, sports teams, big brothers, big sisters, Cub Scouts, nothing worked. And then he wasn't a little boy anymore. Got into addiction and alcoholism. Now Anna's flying to rehab programs and detoxes that she's flown him out to. And when rehabilitation doesn't work, then punishments start. Anna has been to over 100 court dates for her son and visited her son in 8 different prisons. And then her son walked into Scrubs, not desperately looking for the thing that would turn his life around, not clinging to hope like his mother Anna was, but because he thought it would be fun. He volunteered for it because he thought it would be fun, and it turned his life around. And when we come to understand that a program has the ability to succeed where conventional treatments fail, it's our responsibility as a society to make that program available to the general public. When I say he turned his life around, what do you measure failure and success by? Because every metric I have, this guy was a failure. And for every metric I have now, her son is a success. He has a nice home, a gorgeous wife, 3 beautiful kids, over 10 years of recovery, went back to school, got a master's degree, runs his own business. I bet you wouldn't even recognize it. There should be a Scrubs program in every school and every prison in America. And there should have been a Scrubs program available to Anna much sooner. But I know based on the results and the number of people that Scrubs has been able to help, my mom, Anna, she wouldn't change anything. Thank you, everyone.
Such an amazing speech, and such an amazing organizations. And just for the sake of, I don't even know what you call it. I serve on the board of directors for Scrubs, and it is such an amazing organization. And for anybody who doesn't know the story of Scrubs, it was started back in 2005. It was basically a fight club out of Jared's house, him and his buddies. And eventually the state shut it down. They were like, it's Fight Club. You can't have a fight club. And so Jared went through the efforts of working with Connecticut State Legislature and USA Boxing with the help of the Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame to make this literally the only beginners boxer club in the United States of America. This is a one-of-a-kind situation as far as beginners or boxing, amateur boxing club. There's nothing like this in the entire country, and we're hoping to see this. It is amazing. You know, there's a lot of these fighters that we're going to see here today. I've had a chance to talk to them, D-Lo, and they're amazing kids. And they are putting all of their efforts into training, and it's not only making them good boxers, it's making them better human beings. And one of the big things we talk about in Scrubs is, and you know, Mike Tyson said it once, everybody's got a plan till you get punched in the face.
That's true.
This is about the ability to make good decisions in a boxing ring and in real life. That's what Scrubs really is all about.
Well, absolutely. The fundamentals of boxing is really going to help, you know, the mental aspect of not only in the ring, but outside of the ring. And I think what Jared's doing here is an absolute wonderful thing for these kids. And I think we're going to have a wonderful afternoon and evening today.
A year ago, Jared and I actually did some sparring. And the first time Jared punched me in the face, it woke me up. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't want to get punched in the face again. And, we talked afterwards, and I was like, Jared, after you hit me the first time, everything slowed down. And I started paying attention to the twitching of your shoulder to see what you were going to do. And he said, you know what? You're very lucky, because most people, doesn't work that way. Most people get hit, and it's the fight or flight. You just start swinging recklessly. The idea that I was able to keep it together is like kind of paramount to what they're trying to teach these young people here. And again, it's something you could take right out of the ring. Now, we do know already, it's very unfortunate, Donovan Polk, who was scheduled to be in the first Scrub Scraps back in July, Scrub Scraps, the revival, he missed that fight. I believe his opponent was injured. He's injured. He'll be out. And the guy he was scheduled to face, another participant, Matt Micel, also was injured just a couple of days ago. And unfortunately, that fight will not happen. Also, in the preliminary co-main event, Robert Warkamoski from Karoo Boxing and Adam Merzon of Rich Dean Boxing. Unfortunately, both of those gentlemen will not be boxing today due to injury. So, again, there's a reason you start a card with so many fights, because by the time you get to fights and the weigh-in and those last-second camp injuries, this is what you end up with.
Yeah, absolutely. And, these fighters were going to make their debuts, and, but once they get that rehab, get back in that mental fortitude, they'll be back ready to make their debut, hopefully in the next Scrub Scraps event.
Now, one of these fights coming up, Roshan Rimon is fighting Ben Mazon. Is that right? All right. Anyway, Ben Mazon and Roshan Raymond will be fighting in the fifth contest for tonight. And here's the most interesting thing. Roshan is one of the trainers at Scrub Scraps. And he's a good buddy of mine. I am so excited to see this guy fight. I mentioned the Yukon Boxing Club. It's a newer club. Scrub Scraps literally offered a training program to Yukon football, and from that, a boxing club formed at Yukon. And Jared's been sort of helping them get that thing up off the ground. And we were fortunate. Ben Mazon will be fighting Roshan. Roshan's been fighting at Scrub Scraps almost his entire life. And for him to get to participate in one of these events, we're all super excited about it. He's a really cool dude. I may show my bias a little bit in that matchup. I'll try not to, but unfortunately, I cannot make any promises. So I had an opportunity to talk to some of the mothers from Scrub Scraps about the benefits of this program and what it's done for their kids. We're going to hear from all of these moms all throughout the broadcast today, including right now.
Jamie with Donovan. We want to say that Donovan is an absolute leader here in the gym. He often impresses us with that stuff. Strong, brave, compassionate individual that makes everyone around them better. How do you believe Scrub Scraps has helped Donovan develop as a leader?
I think that throughout school and everything, he's always been told he has all those qualities, but he has struggled to use them in the right way. So now I'm seeing him be more confident and more, instead of a leader in leading kids into doing things maybe they shouldn't be, he's leading people in a more positive way.
Yeah.
Since he's been here, just because he has more confidence, he's not showing off as much, and he's starting to really stick up for his peers, which has been really.
Sarah, you have your history's a little different. Obviously, Billy is your husband, and when Scrub Scraps functioned as an underground fight club, Billy had 13 wins, only 2 losses, and 2 draws. One of those draws was against the founder of Scrub Scraps, Jared Jones. Your son Kevin is set to box at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken coming up November 12th. Over the past 15 years or so, what has Scrub Scraps meant to your family?
It's a huge part of Billy, just Billy in general. So it's part of the foundation of our family. It helped Kevin's dad be the man that he is. And so that reflects on all of our children.
Absolutely.
And our family.
And then your son has been like wrestling since he was 3, you said? Yeah. And then, so he's kind of always had a little bit of an interest in boxing.
Always.
And then with his dad's history here, he came right in pretty confident. He is confident.
He was excited, so excited. And Dad always made it very clear that, like I said, decided when he was about 3, because Kevin had like limitless energy when he was a little guy.
Like my son.
He just
Like
started
my son.
to kind of grasp and get it under control the last few years. But Billy was very adamant that it was going to be Jared or himself training him. So it's worked out, time-wise, worked out so perfect.
Yeah.
unfortunately, we've had a couple more fight cancellations. We're hoping to get this thing started in just a little bit. D'Lo, again, this is what happens when you're doing live sports.
That's very true. But, Joe, looking in at these fans, it is packed in here. So excited for today and for a great cause.
So one of our participants, he'll be in the third fight, is Kevin DeCarly. And the reason I mentioned Kevin is Kevin's dad, Billy, is an original Scrub Scraps member. And way back in the day, Bill DeCarly and Jared Jones, in the first edition of Scrub Scraps, at Scrub Scraps 19, they had an epic bout. Jared was undefeated. Billy had just one loss. We're going to play you that fight. We're going to flash back to Scrub Scraps 19, and then hopefully when we get back to live, we'll be ready to start Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
You did it last time. You did it last time.
Anna, get Rudy out there. He's in front of you. Rudy, come over here. Rudy.
Yeah, it's really slippery. No shit. It is. I will pull it going. Yo, Little, I need you to watch it. I want to be the top there. I'm not trying to kill each other. Last minute, you guys.
My little one got a chin. Whatever you do.
Yeah. That's why I came with you.
Yeah, my little brother. Can't tell. So he's doing a run.
1 minute, guys.
Bye.
Go up, so.
Not even.
Great. He's been really good. 15 seconds.
Oh, shit. Come on.
Get him, Jack.
I'm sorry, Gary.
Nice. Keep him out there. There you go. Yeah, be careful. What, Jared? He used the pen and sand stuff. I'll cancel it, yeah. Like, see what he's back. Right. Come out there. Good luck, guys. Somebody. I'm trying to stand there.
Didn't get started an hour.
I'm glad they did.
They're
in the way.
What?
Nice.
Where the ducking go? It's really good.
All on the left with the right.
Hey.
Nice block.
Hey.
Come on, Jared. Watch slippery spot there. He was on. He was good. I was supposed to do it. So he is. Or he's second to it. I gave you this one.
Jab your way in, brother. Jab your way in.
Come on, there. Come on, get in there. Nice.
Jab your way in.
Yes. Start growling at it.
Take your left up.
Like, you gotta go 5 rounds, yeah.
That's it.
Good back off, Billy, good back off.
That's the way it's everywhere. Working behind the job, everything comes off that job.
Come on, Jerry.
That's the way you're doing. Follow your jab in.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Get out of the jab.
Let's go. Come on, man. Throw it out there and shoot it.
Good counter. Everything follows with the left. There you go.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Gotta let the hand fly, man. Not what we wanted. Nope. Let the hand fly. Last 30 seconds, man.
Follow with the left hook to the body. That's it.
5 seconds. One more. 5 seconds. Go. Get it.
Open up.
Yeah, Mark. Come on. Tap him out there.
You'll hear that. Move with it. Don't give him a target.
I gotta see an elbow.
Follow your jab in.
There you go. Yeah. Slide across the
Jab him up.
Work behind it. There you go. Work behind it. Good jab. Working. Nice.
Hey.
Don't back. Hey.
Aw, you still let that go. Should let that go. Right?
I finally saw it cover. He grabbed the holder.
That's what counters allowed. Finally sees over and doesn't stop.
Follow your jab in. Follow it in. Follow it in.
Come on.
Let it out now.
Good. Last one, left hook to the body. Good counter. Good counter.
How many people you got there?
Smash him up.
No.
Corn.
Yep. 20 seconds, guys.
Do 2.
Work it. Work it.
Yup.
That's right. Time. They're punching there. Left hand.
Too much time, we gotta be quicker. Snap out there, let's go.
10 seconds. Come on, him up.
Come on.
Get him in the hand.
Turn around. Get in there. That boy. Go to the body.
Who's the champ? Who's the champ? Yup. Do 2. Come on.
Follow your jab. That's it.
Come on, you gotta throw a combo, Jay.
Yup. You got it. You got it.
Get in there.
Come on, Jerry.
Don't let him out. Come on, Jake.
Open up. Open up.
Every Saturday. You fucker.
Throw straight punches there, Jay. When he comes in, straight punches.
That's it.
Open that body. Rib.
Jab, Jerry, jab. There you go. Nice. Jab again, Jerry. Keep it out there. Keep working. Jab.
Let your hand go.
Watch it.
That way.
Up close and personal shot.
There you go.
Billy always had a thing for the camera.
Whoa. Clutch that.
That's just 1 minute down. 1 minute to go.
I think I can.
Gotta dig deep now.
I don't know.
Whoop, whoop.
Uppercut, Billy. Uppercut. You can get in
This is
close.
it. This is it. Oh no, this is totally open up.
There
There you go, Jerry. Another one. There you go. Keep it out there.
Tap it in.
Don't worry about that one.
There you go.
Counter right there.
3 seconds.
Look like you won.
Yup.
You want to pay.
Hey, make it count.
Right now, man. Lay him in. Grab your way in.
You've proven yourself.
5 seconds.
A classic fight in Scrub Scraps lore between Billy DeCarly and the founder of Scrub Scraps, Jared Jones. And gentlemen, we're getting closer here to the start of this fight. Some of these fights will be on the preliminary card, will be developmental fights. There'll be 2 3-minute rounds. And then we'll get to the featured events, will be 3 3-minute rounds. D'Lo, we're looking around the gym right now. You can see these guys are out here now. Everybody's getting warmed up. The coaches have been called back. They're just running through the rules, but we should be seeing some fights in just a few minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. Weigh-ins are complete. They're all done. And as you can see around here, fighters are getting warmed up. We're hitting the bag. We're hitting some hands. Getting gloved up, getting taped up. It is an electrifying environment here.
You mentioned before we had to take our break this place is packed. They just put behind us about 40 or 50 more seats. This place is filling up really quick.
Yeah, this is definitely the place to be this afternoon. These fighters are ready to go. And again, like we've been saying, this is all for a really great cause.
All right, JT. It's a little hot in here. It's a little loud in here. We've been waiting for some time, but the time is almost upon us. What's the vibe you're getting in this room right now?
Well, like Joe just said, it's filling up quick, and the energy in here is electric. People are just surging with anticipation, waiting for the first fight. And just like D'Lo said, if you're not here, this is where you need to be. This is the place to be this afternoon.
We are live at Coventry High School. You can get tickets at the door, and you're actually going to get a really nice seat that'll be made up for you. I mean, it basically sold the place out as of right now. Again, we're a little behind schedule, unfortunately. That's how it is, live sports. We appreciate USA Boxing and getting all the weigh-ins, and it's such a process. People were joking earlier about cutting weight. It's not necessarily the deal here where, you do have a lot of younger people, but everybody does still obviously have to make weight, JT. That is how this works. If they don't, discussions have to be had whether or not a bout would go forward.
No, naturally, like any, premier fighting league, you want to follow all the rules and regulations appropriately, and you need to take the time to do that. So it's good to see that Scrub Scraps is doing their due diligence here.
Yeah, they always do. That is for sure. And again, a big shout out to USA Boxing for their professionalism. And again, we know we're going to get this thing going in just a couple of minutes. Again, as you're looking around the arena at this point, you can see all these fighters, everyone getting warmed up, and that means we saw that happening earlier, and then everybody stopped, and that's when we knew that's not good. When they start warming the guys up and stop, that meant that they knew there was going to be a bit of a delay. But as I said, here we are, 17 fights on the card. Some of these will be shorter. Some of these will be a little bit longer. Scrub Scraps won. The Revival was an outstanding event. This is boxing. Again, you're going to see high-level boxing here, but they are wearing headgear. And so it is meant to sort of eliminate the knockout. That said, in the last event, we saw quite a few standing 8 counts, guys just getting their absolute bells wrong.
Unfortunately, I wasn't here for the Revival, but I am so excited to see what's going to happen here at Unbroken I hope nobody gets too hurt, but at the same time, that's what we're here for.
And that's what it's all about. And it's interestingly enough, nobody, fortunately, nobody got hurt in the first one, and we saw some really fantastic fights. Mohamed Benamor and Mark Solis. That's the main event here today. And last time through, Solis fought a guy who had a pretty poor record. But interestingly enough, if you know anything about journeyman, this is one of those journeymen who fights everybody. And he loses a lot because he fights big names. And he came in with a pretty bad record. He looked really good against Mark Solis. And so this week we have Mohamed Benamor matching up with Mark Solis. So we are expecting quite the main event this evening. In the co-main event, Victor Nieves and Admiro Morales will be duking it out, fighting at 140 pounds. Again, this is a really good-looking card. 4 ropes, KO Boxing, Wales City Boxing, Cholito's Way, Central City Boxing, Martinez Boxing, Wilner Mendez Boxing is here. Ninu's Martial Arts. Obviously, I know people have been asking about it. Yes, the Yukon Boxing Club is here and will be participating. We've also got Karoo, KO King Boxing, and of course, the many fighters from Scrub Scraps. So, why don't we take a quick break? We'll thank our sponsors, and as we come back, we're getting closer and closer to the start of Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships to save money, producing better results ahead of schedule. Elm Hill Manor, an engaged assisted living community in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. The Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, honoring those that have made significant contributions to the world of boxing in and out of the squared circle. From fighters to trainers, and from officials to journalists, join us as we pay tribute to these extraordinary individuals. Compass Moving and Storage. Planning a move? Give us a call at 508-385-7070 or contact us by email to arrange a free estimate with one of our expert moving consultants. Costello Roofing. Roofing service from professionals you can trust. Central City Boxing and Barbell, providing a safe and supportive environment for individuals and families to train, grow, and reach their full potential in the sport of boxing. Please patronize our sponsors. And now back to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
I believe one of the biggest problems we run into as mothers when we experience trauma with our children is feeling like no one could possibly understand what we were going through. Each of our struggles is unique, but we are ultimately in this thing together. As the ability to interact with one another today, reinforce this concept.
With one another here right now with these ladies or with
in the gym.
Oh, absolutely reinforce this concept. Your children have impacted me. I was having a really bad day. I was really feeling just not great in the gym. You know, we all have those days
Absolutely.
where you just don't feel good about yourself, like our children, right? And Kevin, I was in the corner, like thinking I was being all sly. No one knew I was upset, you know? And he came over and he noticed and he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I just feel like, I should be doing better." He's like, "You're doing great. Just keep it up, And Donovan, I think he was the first one that told me good job. You know, it was awesome. I really, really like, I just can't express it, how much they've impacted.
Donovan's always been super athletic. He plays pretty much every sport and he's pretty good at all of them, which he would love to tell everybody about all the time. But there was always something missing because it's like you said, you're playing with a team. So I almost feel like he used that as a place to hide. So it would be like, oh, we didn't win that game, but it's because this person dropped the ball or this person did this or the other team was, or the ref. Or here I feel like he doesn't have that place to hide. It's him, and he's able to recognize that and then work on things and improve. So that's been really cool to see too, just like his self-growth instead of him just learning to be a good team member, which is also beneficial. But here it's just been really something different. And watching him just find himself in there has been really cool. And he leaves so proud of himself. And it's just like playing sports, he would leave frustrated a lot of the time. He would be like angry or like, this person did this person did that. And that's what he focused on. Here he's really focusing on, I did this and I learned this. And this person in the ring did this, but I was able to counter with this. And he's really proud of himself. Watching him learn how to be proud of himself has been really great. Like, I love that for him. It's hard when you feel like you're always too much. I definitely struggled with being accepted all of the time, and watching him go through those struggles and feeling like something was always missing and having him find that acceptance. I love that he found it here.
back live at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We are live from Coventry High School. I just made the announcement. We've called the first 3 fights to come down to ringside. So we are ever closer to the official start. Mind you, a little bit later than what we had anticipated. Thank you to everybody who has stayed on the live stream. We really do appreciate it. Let's talk about this first matchup. I know young Alvin Smith, 15 years old, 137-pounder. He's a Scrub Scraps guy, and he is fighting against
Steven Charneski.
Steven Charneski. That is, he's 15 years old, weighs 141 pounds, making his debut. We are really looking forward to this. I'll tell you this about Alvin Smith. I was with this dude when he was training the other day. Young man. His sister also is a part of Scrub Scraps. And this kid's so focused. He's always locked in, always ready to go. I'm expecting big things. I don't know your boy Charneski. I don't know Steven Charneski, but I can tell you right now, I would expect anybody training with Jared Jones to be ready. He's got his hands full with Mr. Alvin Smith.
And what's beautiful is, both these fighters are the same age, 15 years old, and we get to see basically the makings of the next generation of boxing. And I think that's an exclusive thing we got going here at Scrub Scraps for New England here.
Yeah, we're super excited about this first matchup. And then in the second matchup, Corey Brooks, Luganbull, taking on Julian Brooks. Julian is from Shalito's Way. He's 21. He's a 190-pounder making his debut. Bare Bones brings us Corey Brooks Luganbull. He's also 20 years old, 190-pounder. He's making his debut. Couple of other gyms, developmental fight guys making their debuts. We'll see exactly what these gyms are doing and what kind of talent they're churning.
Yeah, absolutely. Making your debut, definitely got those butterflies. But, these kids and, young adults are definitely getting that mental fortitude. Iron sharpens iron. And in this case, I think we're going to see a really great fight.
Iron sharpens iron. I like that. And then the third fight we're getting prepped up here for on our preliminary card, as I mentioned. Mentioned his dad, Billy DeCarly. We showed you the fight earlier, Scrub Scraps 19, between Jared Jones and Billy DeCarly. That's Kevin's dad. And we've been playing clips from, I did a series of interviews with the moms from Scrub Scraps. And I talked to Sarah DeCarly, who is Kevin's mom and Billy's wife. She's been around Scrub Scraps forever. And she was telling me, Billy decided a very long time ago that Kevin was going to box. And there was only 2 people on this planet that were going to teach Kevin DeCarly how to box. Billy himself. And as things have turned out, Mr. Jared Jones.
Which is fantastic because you can't ask for a better trainer than the head of the organization himself. But I think the lovely thing about today's fight is that you see everybody here with their families and their entire support systems coming out and showing out, not just for a great sporting event, but for a good cause.
Yeah, and we've mentioned that more than a couple of times here, what a great cause this is. And by the way, a big shout out to the Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, which has been pretty much from day one such an ardent supporter of Scrub Scraps, as well as USA Boxing. Always got to give a big shout out to Jason Concepcion from USA Boxing, who was instrumental in helping Jared get this boxing club formed and legal. The only beginner and amateur boxing club in the entire country. And we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for some of the wonderful people like Jason Concepcion, who helped us get this going. And then went so far as to advise Jared and I when we put on this first event back in July. Scrub Scraps won the Revival. got to say just thank you, really, to so many people who have put in the time to make this happen, that understand what's going on here, that see the big picture, that see that, yeah, there's going to be great boxing today. D-Lou, we talked about this. There's so much more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Giving these kids and young adults a place to not only learn the fundamentals of boxing, but to use those skills in the ring and outside of the ring. And I think, again, what Jared is doing is just a phenomenal thing for not only these young men, but also just for as we've said, the future of boxing is right here in this gym.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned, I've been spending a lot of time up at the gym, not working out or anything like that. Don't get me mistaken here. But in just talking to these young competitors, and listen, more and more of these kids are literally in here and they're thinking about a professional boxing career. It's great for your mental development. It's great for your confidence. It's great for everything. But, you do, when you start putting the time in, JT, you're training, you're sparring, an opportunity like this comes where you get to compete against another person in an arena. And it's starting to feel like a professional. A lot of these young guys, Alvin Smith told me he's very interested in pursuing a professional career because of all the great stuff he's experienced through Scrub Scraps.
I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger who said that there's nothing more liberating in life than having a purpose. And I feel like, being able to have a sport that you can focus your energy and your ambitions on is so meaningful, especially for the youth that are here today.
One of the moms was saying to me the other day that her son had always competed in sports. And he'd always been pretty successful in sports, but he could always, if the team wasn't successful, he did what he was supposed to do. But he could sort of hide behind the idea, you're the wide receiver on a football team. It's the quarterback's fault. When it comes to this sport, the sport of boxing, there is no one to pin any blame on outside of yourself. And she said, she's just sort of saw him owning up to the idea of not hiding behind a team or being able to scapegoat another person because this is such an individualized kind of one-on-one sport.
Right, absolutely. You really got to have a good, clear mind, focus. And these athletes are really getting that one-on-one training. They got all their coaches are really helping them out and getting them into that mind space. But yeah, once that bell rings, it's them and their opponent. And you gotta stay focused. You gotta stay in there, and may the best man win.
Yeah, it really is. It's as simple as that. And man, I'll tell you, you guys, I know you're both excited for this, but I don't think you know how good this is going to be. I'm telling you right now, you are, by the time this thing's over, you're going to be sitting on the edge of your seat.
I've been hanging on the edge of my seat in anticipation. So I feel like people don't really focus their energy the way that these kids are here today, these days anyways. You see in several parts of the gym, kids shadow boxing and just getting ready. And it's nice to see. It puts that faith right back in humanity.
Yeah, it certainly does. Again, like I said, look, 17 fights on the card. The main card will be three 3-minute rounds. The preliminary fights, 2 3-minute rounds. And again, nonstop action. So we are getting closer to start time. The first 3 bouts have officially entered into the arena. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to thank our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the beginning.
Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships to save money, producing better results ahead of schedule. Elm Hill Manor, an engaged assisted living community in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. The Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, honoring those that have made significant contributions to the world of boxing in and out of the squared circle. From fighters to trainers, and from officials to journalists, join us as we pay tribute to these extraordinary individuals. Compass Moving and Storage. Planning a move? Give us a call at 508-385-7070 or contact us by email to arrange a free estimate with one of our expert moving consultants. Costello Roofing. Roofing service from professionals you can trust. Central City Boxing and Barbell, providing a safe and supportive environment for individuals and families to train, grow, and reach their full potential in the sport of boxing. Please patronize our sponsors. And now back to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Acceptance is so important because to have acceptance for that to happen, connection needs to happen first. And I think that's what Scrub Scraps does. And you mentioned therapy, and this is why I think traditional therapy for certain age groups and perhaps all age groups really can be challenging, because the connection piece with the experience is not always there. It's not always together. And so I think at Scrub Scraps, what Jared works to do, and everyone a part of the gym, is create connection and acceptance so everyone can find a place, find a home. And I mean, it's just really amazing to watch. When I was looking for something for my son, some sort of outlet that would help him break out, I was just frustrated and stonewalled everywhere I went. And I remember being like, please just send me something,
Yeah.
And I was scrolling on Facebook, and it was Scrub Scraps opening soon, the ribbon cutting.
Right.
And I literally saw it like on like a Monday, and it was like, I can't remember what day, but it was like 2 days from when I saw it.
That's so cool.
And I was reading Jared's, like, his whole philosophy on things, and I was just crying because I was just like, he gets it, because I feel like he's walked it in some way. And I don't know Jared super well, but just from reading, like he's like, there's gotta be.
We actually just got the award for Best New Business in Fallon County. It was awesome. And if you haven't seen it yet, if you go on our social media and watch his speech, you get a little more of his story and some of the actual specific traumatic things that he, had to experience that led him to really trying to find the outlet himself.
I remember that happening in real time.
Right.
Yeah. My mom would be like, look what your cousin Jared's doing. Don't be like that. He was probably the person I related to the most. We were both the black sheep troublemakers.
Right. Yeah.
And watching him go from that to this is like,
right.
He's
Yeah.
super
As a family
inspirational.
member, you've seen it from the beginning. And what a change.
Yeah.
This saved him too, And now, I mean, it's still all I hear about, but I understand why, it really feels like he's helping a lot of people.
He's passionate. Listen, I explain this all the time because I'm always trying to get new members in here. I want more girls in here, so I explain to the parents, go talk to Jared. He is going to keep your child safe. He cares. He's going to make sure they're protected. He's going to teach them. He wouldn't put them in a position where they were going to be hurt.
We're safe.
Stress, anxiety, depression, it's all a part of life. And it's energy that we have to work out. It's somatic energy that we have to work out in a productive way. And when you give people a chance to work things out in a productive way with boundaries, with connection, with a sense of feeling and community, people can work that out in a way so that when they have a stressor happening in life, they can handle it without anger and frustration mounting up and not having an outlet. And it's not an outlet to get out the anger and frustration. It's a way of reworking the energy that's already happening inside there out in a much more productive movement kind of experience. And I think that's why it's important, because talking about anxiety, talking about frustrations, talking about stress, that's where it stays. Moving it out of our bodies in a productive way is the experience.
Boxing, I believe, my family believes, boxing in general is more than just fighting. And when you have especially a younger kid, I mean, I think it's great at any age, but a child that's developing and growing and dealing with all the things that kids do in middle school and high school, your fight per se is with yourself. You're learning about you. You're discovering who you are. And it's less about getting in the ring and punching somebody than it is about figuring out who you are in a wonderful way. I was telling my son last night, because he was speaking about the fight that's coming up. I'm like, with what you're doing to train, it's like walking uphill barefoot on glass. But when you get to the top of that mountain, only you got yourself there. You have a support system. You have a team of people that are behind you here and at home, but you did this. When you do that, it's hard to articulate at the moment, but when you do that for yourself and it's not a team carrying you or participating with you, it changes you and it shows you your strengths. And that's, I think, a great big part in the confidence that's built or
Also very well said. Yeah, you're not on a team. You're like in this, it's you and one against one other person.
Donovan's always been super athletic. He plays pretty much every sport and he's pretty good at all of them, which he would love to tell everybody about all the time. But there was always something missing, because it's like you said, you're playing with a team. So I almost feel like he used that as a place to hide. So it would be like, oh, we didn't win that game, but it's because this person dropped the ball, or this person did this, or the other team was, or the ref. Or here I feel like he doesn't have that place to hide. It's him, and he's able to recognize that and then work on things and improve. So that's been really cool to see too, just like his self-growth instead of him just learning to be a good team member, which is also beneficial. But here it's just been really something different. And watching him just find himself in there has been really cool. And he leaves so proud of himself. And it's just like playing sports, he would leave frustrated a lot of the time. He would be like angry or like, this person did this person did that. And that's what he focused on. Here he's really focusing on, I did this and I learned this. And this person in the ring did this, but I was able to counter with this. And he's really proud of himself. Watching him learn how to be proud of himself has been really great. Like, I love that for him. It's hard when you feel like you're always too much. I definitely struggled with being accepted all of the time, and watching him go through those struggles and feeling like something was always missing and having him find that acceptance. I love that he found it here. I think because you had asked as a mom, what made me okay with this? So I've been telling Donovan his whole life, keep your hands off everybody else. He's always been a very physical kid. And if somebody said the wrong thing or came at him first, he was always game, and he was always bigger than everybody else. So he was always the one in trouble. If somebody was upset, I'd be like, where's my kid? Like, he was always involved. So it was always there, just boiling under the surface, his frustration, and he had nowhere to put it. There was nowhere he was allowed to put it. And here, he's allowed to put it in there, and he does it in a respectful way. He's not trying to hurt anybody, but he's healing himself in there. And then he walks out and he has that relief. I've been dying for him to have that relief forever. And this has been so healthy.
We always knew Kevin would benefit from boxing, but in the last year, he needed a little bit more, and we were considering therapy, but there's so much that needed to be aligned perfectly in order for that, and y'all don't have enough time for me to explain how picky we were with everything, and it was immediate. It helped immediately. Everything seemed to line up so perfectly, and then again, Dad said from day one it was either going to be him or Jared, and he wanted Jared involved. And I believe the gym opened on my birthday. It was February 1st, right?
Oh, it's your birthday?
Yeah.
That's my son's birthday.
and I'm like, this is a sign. And then as it progressed, as through spring progressed, Kevin needed more. And then so it's perfect. But from day one, it was the difference in him. And he was looking forward to it. And then just everything, his confidence level, the outlet for the energy, all of it, we noticed immediately. And now he has goals. I mean, he always had goals. Kevin was always goal oriented, but again, this is with himself, a battle per se with himself. So we noticed it immediately.
All right. We are back here. We are watching right now as the USA Boxing officials talk with the fighters and the coaches and the cornermen as they run through all the rules. And then in just a couple of moments, we will have the playing of our nation's anthem. And then it will officially be showtime here live at Coventry High School in Coventry. We've got 17 fights on the card here today. And everyone's heading this way. So you could clearly see after this extremely long delay that as this group here breaks up, everybody heads to their corners, so to speak, that everybody will come out shortly and we'll get some boxing finally going. It has been it's been a long time coming. We've been waiting for it's been a while. We appreciate everybody who's stuck with us. You could imagine all the folks here in the arena who have been patiently waiting for this event to start. So we are super jazzed up about it. We appreciate you hanging out with us for as long as you have. And we will, in just a couple of moments, like I said, have the Star-Spangled Banner. And then it will be time for 17 fights here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. In our very first matchup here for today, it will be Steven Zarneski and Alvin Smith, couple of gentlemen from Scrub Scraps, both 15 years old. Steven's 141 pounds, Alvin 137 pounds. It's Steven's debut. We're excited for this fight. Like I said, I've spent some time watching these dudes fight or train, and they're super excited to be here tonight, starting off the card. I know we've got some of Alvin's family and friends watching. If you make a comment, by the way, during the show, we'll be happy to flash that up there if you want to send your best to Alvin or Steven. we certainly would love to get your comments on the screen. JT, we're getting close. How you feeling now?
I am feeling so excited. I mean, I feel like that's an understatement, actually. You know, the delay only amps the anticipation, and you can feel the excitement in the rest of the room here. You know, everybody's looking to the stage, looking at the fighters, looking around, just waiting for that bell to ring.
Yeah, and you're hearing quite the buzz in the crowd. People are obviously getting pretty jazzed up, D-Lo. They want to see some fights. We've got everybody taped up. We've got boxing gloves on people. We've got our judges taking their places around the ring. There'll be 8 judges here from USA Boxing. You'll see roughly 2 to a table all the way around. Right in front of us is where the bell is. That's what will start and end every single round. Jared Jones, the founder of Scrub Scraps, will come out and welcome the crowd and then introduce the young lady who will be singing today's national anthem. We're very excited for that. And just like that, it will be fight time.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Like we said, it's an understatement how exciting the atmosphere is in here. You know, there are some people who were walking in the door a couple hours ago ready for some fights, but, you know, we thank them for their patience. And, you know, when they took out the bell, that little kid inside of me just started getting even more amped up to just hear that first bell, touch gloves, and let's get ready to fight.
Scrub Scraps opened up in February of this year. The grand opening was a phenomenal success, better than anything we could have ever imagined. I mentioned earlier, and we played the speech that Jared Jones gave where he talked about his mother. And I think as we've highlighted the conversations with some of the Scrub Scrap moms, it's only to let you know that this program has been so beneficial to so many of these young folks, people who've been struggling with whatever it might be, whether it's self-esteem issues or depression, alcohol, drugs, whatever it might be. You know, for a lot of these kids, conventional therapy's never really been their thing, and they're getting something extraordinary with Jared Jones through the Scrub Scraps program. And again, I know so many of these young folks have been training their little butts off in anticipation of this event. We know some folks, for a variety of reasons, there were some injuries. In some cases, with Scrub Scraps won the revival, it was as simple as D-Lo, they couldn't find matches for some people, and you know, they were like, hey, as soon as we get Scrub Scraps 2 going, we'll name it. It's Unbroken, much like Jared's promise that these people would all be on the card. So he's got a bunch of people who didn't get to make their debut at the revival, and they'll be doing that here tonight.
Yeah, that's just wonderful. You know, especially fighters making their debut today. It's definitely, you know, the butterflies are there. I'm seeing some fighters right now getting warmed up with the shadow boxing, and, you know, I definitely don't want to get in the ring with any of these guys. They've been definitely putting in the work. We've been talking about, you know, mental fortitude and having this this sport not only be beneficial for them, but also inside the ring, but beneficial outside of the ring. Like we said, conventional therapy might not be for everybody, but you know, seeing these athletes get ready for today has definitely put some new ideas and new perspectives into my brain.
The head trainer at Scrub Scraps, that gentleman right there in the blue hoodie, Roshan Raymond, is going to be fighting for the first time competitively in a few years. And he was another one who, you know, was going to fight at the revival, and they just couldn't make a matchup for him. And thank goodness the Yukon Boxing Club stepped up. They're a participant in this event tonight. and they had someone who matched up very well with Roshan. So we're excited to see Roshan, who again is a Scrub Scraps lifer and the head trainer currently, making his debut here in the new version of Scrub Scraps.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, it's really a beautiful thing to see so many different fighting organizations come together here, and what makes it even better is such fighters with such caliber, getting a proper matchup, and it'll just make for a really great show.
Yeah, interestingly enough, in the last matchup, some of these different boxing clubs, boy, they had there were some absolute beasts who came here, and it was fun to see. There was a couple of brothers. They're unfortunately, from Martinez Boxing. I think Santos was one of them. It was really cool to see and to sort of gauge the talent levels, and again, for some of these younger folks here who are looking to maybe go pro with this, we definitely got to see some really outstanding boxing. So again, things are slowly but surely about to go down. Everyone is sort of settling into their place. Still a real buzz in the crowd. My brother Tony Aguirre, one of the USA Boxing certified trainers, I see him over there working with one of his fighters, getting things going here. So excitement all around. The Star Spangled Banner should be happening shortly, and as I said, we will finally, as promised, get to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. Let's get a quick word from our sponsors and more live from Coventry High School. Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships to save money, producing better results ahead of schedule. Elm Hill Manor, an engaged assisted living community in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. The Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, honoring those that have made significant contributions to the world of boxing in and out of the squared circle. From fighters to trainers and from officials to journalists, join us as we pay tribute to these extraordinary individuals. Compass Moving and Storage. Planning a move? Give us a call at 508-385-7070 or contact us by email to arrange a free estimate with one of our expert moving consultants. Costello Roofing. Roofing service from professionals you can trust. Central City Boxing and Barbell, providing a safe and supportive environment for individuals and families to train, grow, and reach their full potential in the sport of boxing. Please patronize our sponsors. And now back to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Scrub Scraps helped my husband 15 plus years ago. In the same way, it's now helping my son. And I have limitless gratitude for that. I love these people more than anything. So.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
I would say thank you. I think I said thank you and gave Jared a big hug. I don't know. I think maybe like our third session here. Thank you. And thank you for taking this work so seriously and so passionately and leading so much with your heart and being so genuine. Because that's how this work happens, being genuine. And I feel like Jared is that. So thank you.
Oh, Jared, I'm going to cry. What can I say? I love you. I really do. I love your passion. I love that you've walked this walk and it can help other people. I don't care what age, my age, younger children. You welcome everyone, and I feel like you truly want what's best for everyone, and I love that about you. Scraps is amazing, and I just really, if anyone out there is looking for some place to go, Jared, they need to come to you. They need this outlet.
Yeah. Thank you, Jared, for providing a non-traditional path for everyone to take to find acceptance in themselves out there. You've been a positive role model to me my whole life, watching you work so much harder than anyone else I know to prove that anybody can do it. A lot of times throughout my life, I know you know, I've been told that I'm not doing things the right way, and the right way was never the way I needed. And Donovan is my literal clone. I don't know how that happened, but having him have a place to go where he doesn't have to do things the right way and the traditional way, it's exactly what I wanted for him. And I'm so glad he has it at this age, because as you know, it's really hard to have to work to find that spot for yourself in life, and comes a little later for some of us.
All right, we are back and we are about to go live. The microphone is being turned on and they are heading into the ring to get this thing officially going. And we will get the Star Spangled Banner going, and then we will get into our very first fight. So here we are. You see in the ring right now, that is Jared Jones, Scrap founder, president, and CEO, and one heck of a human being. And we would not be here today if it wasn't for the vision and the fortitude of Jared Jones. And so, again, we are starting about an hour and a half later than what we were supposed to be doing. We appreciate your patience. So many wonderfully patient people, both here and watching around the world. So Scraps getting ready to host its second event. Again, this one called Unbroken. And here we go. They are starting to get them all lined up. I see 6 judges around the ring. There are 2 more. The young lady who will be singing today's national anthem is just about ready. So this should be going down, I would say, within about 2 minutes here. Up, here comes the microphone. And I will now turn things over to Jared Jones at ringside.
We have an action-packed list of matchups for you today. We're going to start with my amazing niece, Sophia Rose Combo, to give us our national anthem. If everybody would please rise and remove your cap.
blue corner, his second fight. Also age 15, weighing in at 137 pounds, Alvin Smith.
All right, so here we go. Our very first matchup. And by the way, an absolutely fantastic rendition of our Star Spangled Banner by Jared Jones's niece. She was tremendous. And now, finally, D-Lo, everybody's all jazzed up, and the action is about to start.
It is absolutely electric in this building. It is standing room only. There are no more chairs. We have people all around the gym standing, exciting, ready to get into action.
All right, so Scrub Scraps putting in here both of these first two fighters, Steven Kazarnowski, and Alvin Smith, a couple of 15-year-olds. One obviously in the red, one in the blue. The gentlemen have touched gloves. We're about to get our first bell ringing, and off we will go. Been waiting all afternoon for this, D-Lo. Here it finally is. Finally going to get some boxing.
Yep, and as you heard, this is a developmental fight. That means there are going to be 3 2-minute rounds. We're waiting for the bell, and looks like it's time to fight. Here we go.
All right, so here they go. Zarniewski, slightly the aggressor, really leading hard with that left jab. Both of them trying to establish the jab, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we're advancing from the red corner, coming in hot. But, you know, they're really focusing on their footwork here, trying not to catch the other one off guard and balance. And as you can see, they are wearing their headgear because, again, this is a developmental fight. And, again, there will be 3 2-minute rounds here. And in our opening contest, definitely coming out strong.
Yeah, definitely what we were hoping to see here. Seeing some pretty solid fundamentals. Again, leading with those jabs. Everybody's always out there looking to do the head hunting. Head hunting doesn't work. Working the body, setting up the jab, working off the jab to throw other things. That's kind of where boxing is at, and that's what you're seeing right here.
Yeah, and Steven's really starting to now go to the body, showing that, you know, trying to feel him out and really trying to push him towards the ropes, getting him a little off balance here.
Looks like Alvin Smith kind of shaking one off there a little bit. He got his bell rung a little bit, but he's doing all right. Looks like Zarniewski a little bit there, using the body, using the arms, kind of keeping the distance here from Smith. Nice to see a couple of 15-year-olds kind of working off the jab, getting things set up.
Yeah, definitely pushing him to the corner with just a couple seconds left in this round. I really feel like Steven definitely won this round here. And that's the end of the first round here.
Yeah, Zarniewski, for sure, definitely, I think, established a little bit more, landed a couple of pretty solid punches. I would say you're probably right, D-Lo. I would say you give the round to Zarniewski. We'll see if Smith can't bounce back here with a better second round.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, these coaches have to give some really good guidance to these fighters and giving more advice on, you know, how to dodge those jabs, try to get out of the corner. I know definitely Smith was up against the ropes. As we said, he got his bell rung a little bit, but he can definitely get back into this fight.
Well, this is the kind of fight we were hoping to get right out of the gate. And here we go. We get ready for round 2 between Alvin Smith and Steven Kazarnowski. These guys coming hard at each other, meeting in the center of the ring. I like that. I like that Steven's working the body. Definitely seeing him stick the jab out, going high, going low, changing levels. Here comes Smith. Oh, big right from Zarniewski.
And he's staying on
throwing
it.
nice couple of combos there.
Ref giving the count one more time.
Going to get a standing 8 count here for Alvin Smith, who definitely got clipped with a big right hand from Zarniewski.
Definitely getting reminders to keep those gloves up. And, ooh, nice dodge by Smith here. Definitely trying to feel him out, but also keep his ground. You know, Steven's really been on him, keeping that pressure on, whether it's to the head or to the body. A nice left hook and going back. They're tying up, pushing him back towards the ropes in the corner. And this is
It just snaps Smith's head back again.
Yeah, this is definitely the fight that we were looking for. Great way to start our opening contest here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Zarniewski been somewhat the aggressor most around too here. Did get a stunned him for a standing 8 count. And here comes Smith, sizing him up, got him towards the ropes. Another big right from Zarniewski. Follows that up with another left-right combination. Referee warns him with the paw hand. No more pawing. Another big right. And another one. Smith retaliates, catches a big left just before the end of the round.
Yeah, he definitely got 3 big jabs right to the cheek, right to the head. Definitely hard-hitting first bout.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Smith comes in here now to round 3, and he's going to need to do something big to pull this one out, because Zarniewski has been the aggressor from the get-go in this fight, and he's been a little more than Alvin Smith could handle at this point, but I expect Smith to come out guns blazing. I see Roshan's pretty much telling him exactly that. In the other corner, Jared and Tony telling Karnazewski here to maintain and don't do anything to put yourself in trouble.
Right, you definitely have to keep your hands up, especially when they're coming out hot and fast. It's trying to stay low, watching out for that big left hook that Zarniewski has been given. You can hear the crowd. They are into this first opening bout. And
Alvin Smith's throwing haymakers right now. He's not going to go out without a fight.
Absolutely. And it looks like the ref has called it. He's called this first fight. And Alvin Smith has gone down with Steven Sarnetsky looking to be your winner of this first opening bout.
Yeah, we see the stoppage here. He was, look, it's as simple as working that jab and then setting himself up with either the left hook or the big right cross. Referee thought he had certainly had enough. And just like that, this fight is officially over.
The referee calling both competitors back to just inspect again, shaking some hands, and a show of respect. Definitely teaching these kids right to have good sportsmanship, and we are about to get the official decision.
Ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen, the winner is declared in the developmental bout. Let's hear it for Alvin Smith and Steve.
So, being that it was a developmental bout, despite the fact that this fight was stopped under the barrage of punches Zarniewski was firing off, the fight was stopped at that point, and but a great effort by both of these fellas. They'll pose for some pictures. They get a trophy. And a great debut for Zarniewski. Got to be feeling really good about himself. Alvin Smith, like I said, came out guns blazing in that third round. And while the fight was stopped, not a loss. So he's going to be all right.
Yeah, it was definitely, they came out really hot to start that first fight. And our new competitors are coming into the ring.
This is a developmental bout.
So another developmental bout. Corey Brooks Leginbull, 20 years old, 190 pounder, making his debut, fighting out of bare bones.
21 years of age, he weighed in at 190 pounds. Fights out of Toledo's way of boxing, Julian Brooks.
So Julian Brooks representing Shalito's way, 21-year-old, 190 pounder, making his debut. 3 2-minute rounds in this second matchup. A little bit older, a little bit bigger here for the second fight.
Yeah, definitely. Both competitors in at 190 pounds. You can definitely tell when you look at them. A lot of muscle on these guys. They touch gloves for, the respect. And we're definitely going to get another barn burner match.
A couple of big boys in here, cruiserweights even, at 190 pounds. Corey Brooks Leginbull and Julian Brooks. No relation at all. So here we go. Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We are live from Coventry High School in Coventry, Connecticut for Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. So these two gentlemen come guns blazing here. I mean, they are just going at it like they're fighting in a phone booth right here. Brooks and Brooks Leginbull.
Joe, I cannot believe my eyes right now. These two gentlemen are going at each other so fast, so hard, hitting him right on the body. Kind of a tie-up here.
He's gonna have a standing 8 count, I think. Right? No. What are we gonna do here? Well, I thought, because it looked to me like the blue corner had a little bit of a knee buckle. I thought he could do a standing 8 count, but apparently that will not be the case. So Julian Brooks and Corey Brooks Leginbull here will continue on with this first round.
Yeah, and our official here was reminding both fighters to listen to the directions before, in our very long intermission before we started. The officials got together, brought all the fighters around just to make sure to go over the rules. Corey is up on the ropes, and the blue corner is getting hit in the head. This crowd is going wild.
Yeah, here comes the standing 8 count. Oh, man. He snapped his head back a couple of times there, and referee had to jump in there and slow things down a little bit. Man, these guys literally fighting in a phone booth and just lots of short hooks and jabs. Here comes Corey Brooks Leginbull again, just mounting the attack. So another solid first round. Getting some great action here. Nice big right there just before the bell. Brooks and Brooks Leginbull will both head back to their corner after a wild first round.
Wild is definitely the word that I would use here. Corey came out so hot, aiming for the landing jabs on the head and on the body. Definitely started exploring more hits to the body throughout this first round. Julian's going to have to fight his way back here. He definitely landed some good shots, but Corey definitely, in my opinion, I think got that round.
Seems like Corey Brooks Luginbull is just a touch faster on the draw. It seemed like he was just a little more on the inside, just landed everything just a second before Julian Brooks could. I agree with you. Brooks Luginbull definitely takes round one, and here we go. Round two. Brooks Luginbull is, again, just bringing the heat. Julian Brooks fighting his way out of this.
And Joe, what I'm noticing too is that a lot of these fighters, they're getting pushed to those ropes. Oh, what a shot landed by Corey. Corey coming back to the corner as the ref starts his 8 count.
He stunned him with a nice right-left combination.
Ref calls for time. Bringing both fighters to neutral corners. The doctor's checking them out. Definitely, Joe, we're here at Scraps 2 Unbroken. Safety is one of our number one concerns here. We definitely have a doctor on site and to make sure that our fighters are safe.
Yeah, safety is paramount to everything that's being done here today, thus the headgear, the smaller gloves. Man, oh man, Corey Brooks Luginbull is just, I think the speed is a little too much. Another big right hand knocks the head back. He drops a big left. He connects. Julian Brooks is just eating lots of punches here. Dodges that one. Looking good. Good footwork. You got to admire Julian Brooks's footwork. He's putting himself in a position where he's certainly taken some hits, but nothing that's taken him up off his feet.
Yeah, definitely, Joe. These two fighters are giving it all that they can. Landing
right
shots
from Brooks.
Yeah, definitely. Big right. And Corey responds. Julian and Corey have been absolutely on top of each other this whole bout.
Yeah, totally fighting in a phone booth, and they pretty much have been from the get-go. Here comes Corey Brooks Luginbull, and they're going to pull him apart here as this round comes to an end. So 2 in the books. Both of those rounds seemingly go to Corey Brooks Luginbull. Julian Brooks has he's landed some spots, but the speed really seems to be doing him in right now.
Yeah, Corey has been pushing Julian to the ropes. Landing that 1-2 combo right to the head, which, in my opinion, I thought that was the fight right there. But again, these gentlemen are definitely showing all that they can bring to the table. As we were talking about earlier, that right here in this very gym is the future of boxing, and it really does look like the future is in very good hands with these two fighters.
So 2 in, and again, Corey Brooks Luginbull up 2-0 here in this 3-round matchup. We go to the third and final round. It's a developmental match too, mind you. So we'll see how this ends. But again, you can see Brooks Luginbull setting him up with the left. Big hit there, big right from Julian Brooks. Again, these guys, neither one of these guys relenting at all. Absolutely. Great left jab for Brooks, who takes a big right to the face. Referee pulls him apart. Going to be another standing 8 count against Julian Brooks. Referee has waved off the fight. Corey Brooks Luginbull will get the stoppage, representing Bare Bones Boxing. Julian Brooks, unfortunately, there it seemed like the speed. Brooks Luginbull just on the inside, landing faster and more furiously.
Yeah, right before the referee stoppage, the Corey was just landing jab after jab to the ribs. But definitely, what a debut for these two gentlemen.
Yeah, really fun second fight here this afternoon. Corey Brooks, Leginbull, and Julian Brooks.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Corey Brooks and Julian Brooks.
Crowd's going to give both of these fellas a really great ovation for 3 fantastic rounds. They will both accept their trophies. There'll be some photos, and then we will look to our third fight of the afternoon. Again, sadly, Matt Micel and Donovan Polk, couple of scrub scrappers, 13 and 14 years old. Polk would have been making his debut. That fight unfortunately canceled. Both of these fighters suffered injuries and were forced to pull out. Just so tragic. You know, you train all this time, D'Lo, for something, and you get within a couple of days of the event. I think in one case it was a wrist injury. In the other case, it's a rib injury. And both fighters seemingly hoped to wake up this morning thinking to themselves that maybe, just maybe, they would have been able to fight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back as we prepare for the third match of the afternoon.
Donovan's always been super athletic. He plays pretty much every sport, and he's pretty good at all of them, which he would love to tell everybody about all the time. But there was always something missing, because it's like you said, you're playing with a team. So I almost feel like he used that as a place to hide. So it would be like, oh, we didn't win that game, but it's because this person dropped the ball, or this person did this, or the other team was, or the ref. Or here, I feel like he doesn't have that place to hide. It's him, and he's able to recognize that and then work on things and improve. So that's been really cool to see too, just like his self-growth instead of him just learning to be a good team member, which is also beneficial. But here it's just been really something different. And watching him just find himself in there has been really cool. And he leaves so proud of himself. And it's just like, playing sports, he would leave frustrated a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. He would be like angry, or like, this person did this person did that, and that's what he focused on. Here he's really focusing on, I did this and I learned this, and this person in the ring.
All right, so here we are getting ready for our third matchup, talking to Tony Aguirre, one of the cornermen in that first fight for Scrub Scraps. What did you see in that first fight? Your guy, Kazarnewski, looked pretty fantastic against Alvin Smith.
So we just kept telling him, work the jab. When I was watching him warming up, he was really good throwing the jab, throwing a combination, and then jabbing on his way out, which is beautiful. That's what you want to see, because you always keep the other guy guessing. You keep your hand in his face. You can't see anything. And that's what he was able to do. He was able to kind of be physical, push him around in there when they got too close. He was able to snap his head back every time with the jab, which set
got him
up
a
the
couple
right
times. Real nice, obviously.
Yeah. He steps into it, so he plants his foot when he throws that jab, and it really, when that lands, it kind of snaps your head back. It leaves you vulnerable for a right cross or a hook.
Also for young fighters out there, and I'm sure you were advising, as I saw him doing it a whole bunch, he changes levels constantly. Hit to the body, jab to the body, jab to the head, and then the right upper, right cross follow up, and he seemed to have Alvin Smith fooled for most of that.
Yeah, and I got to say, for this being a developmental fight, this is his first time in the ring. I thought that he executed perfectly. He kept kind of doubting himself a little bit, but I mean, everything he was doing in there was exactly what we asked him to do. Stay poised, keep that jab in his face, keep snapping him back. Every time Alvin would close the distance, he kind of be physical in there and kind of move him around a little bit. It was beautiful. It was a good stoppage.
So now we're looking at Kevin DeCarly, whose dad, Billy. We watched one of Billy's fights earlier. Billy's been with Scrub Scraps forever. He is taking on Anthony Rodriguez from Nino's Martial Arts. Kevin, 14 years old, 155 pounds. Rodriguez is 15. He is 148 pounds. What are you looking for in this fight?
Well, right now, the blue corner is really working those combinations right now. The red corner really needs to start jabbing, getting some distance, get out of there. Maybe work the body a little bit and slow him down.
So we get the standing 8 count here to DeCarly, who's going to have to really step it up here, keep this thing going.
He's looking a little stiff in there. He's really second guessing himself. He's swinging too low. Yeah, he's got to work that jab and get out of there. He's got to circle out.
You know, we talk a lot about, and we did this in the first fights too, back at in July for the revival, how important it is to set your jab up and to work off your jab.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's the base for everything. Everything comes from the jab. As long as you're throwing that jab, you're landing, you're scoring points, and you're keeping your opponent at bay. You're keeping him guessing. Yeah, he just got overwhelmed in there as well.
That's a bummer. Billy DeCarly was going at it, caught a big right hand. Obviously very upset in the results. Again, most of these young folks are making their debut. You know, getting a loss here at Scrub Scraps too, it's not a career ender. You know, it's one of those things, and you and I talk about this all the time, Tony. You know, you're a huge boxing fan and obviously a corner man now. What would you say to Kevin DeCarly after this fight?
I would tell him to just loosen up a little bit. You could tell he was stiff in there. He was second guessing himself, but that's what these amateur fights are for: building confidence, getting experience. You know, he could have used the jab a little bit more, maybe got a little more physical in there, kind of pushed him off of him. Instead, he was just getting worked over. But yeah, there's no shame in that. That's what everybody's here for. It's developmental for a reason. Everybody's here to learn and gain experience. So next time out, you know, he'll know where he can improve.
Earlier in the broadcast, we actually replayed Scrub Scraps 19, where Kevin's dad, Billy DeCarly, who had suffered just one loss in his career at that point, fought Jared Jones, who at the time was a 10-0 fighter, in a classic Scrub Scraps bout that Jared Jones was victorious in. So I'm sure Kevin, young Kevin here, 14 years old, he's been, his father, Billy, said either he would teach him how to box or Jared would, but those are the only two people on earth he would trust his kid to learn from.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's in the blood, you know. His father did it, you know, and Jared's a hell of a guy. You know, that's a kind of guy that you want in your corner. You know, he keeps his guys confident. He teaches them all the tricks of the trade. And, I mean, the kid's got potential. He just needs to, you know, be a little more focused on, have a game plan, what he wants to do in there, you know?
Yep.
You want to get that audio? Sure.
What did he say? So this is a very remarkable program that's going on. What's happening? Personally, I'm quite amazed and really proud of it for the veterans. I want to just read you, if you've not had a chance to, Scrub Scraps' purpose is to promote mental health development through the sport of boxing.
Yeah, that's definitely something we see here. It's really amazing. I think that he feels really confident boxing and like, because he's good at it. And everybody tells him that, you know. but he feels like he's good at it and he is confident. And then that gives him, more ammunition to like cheer people on. I mean, I think one day with you, he was like, "Go Tracy," and just this random trying to motivate another member, that he didn't even know very well. And one of the first people to tell Jared, good job getting out of the ring. So
he's got a big squishy heart.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a big part of that in here. He's awesome. So thank you for.
All right, we are back here live. We are preparing for our fourth match of the afternoon. This one between Jordan Rose from Nino's Martial Arts and Jamison Foth from the Yukon boxing team. Couple of great fights so far, D-Lo. We've been treated to some good stuff. I think we're going to get another one here.
Definitely, yeah. With especially from the Yukon Boxing Club, we should definitely see another fast-paced, hard-hitting matchup.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the boxing that we've seen here so far. I like that. Again, most of these guys so evenly matched up. We're going to see these guys 184 pounds, 178 pounds, pretty evenly matched. The Yukon boxing team, that's a newer thing. Jared and Scraps went up and did some boxing expos with the Yukon football team. And by the time all was said and done, they had formed a boxing team on Yukon's campus. So we are excited to have them here.
And boxing out of the blue corner from Yukon Boxing, Jamison Rose.
So Fouth and Rhodes here going at it. 3 2-minute rounds. We are going to get another one of these developmental matches. The debut for Fouth. Rhodes we've seen before. Dude's pretty good. I'll tell you that. So here we go as we are into our fourth matchup of the afternoon live at Coventry High School. This is Scraps 2 Unbroken. Moments away here from the start of this fight. These guys look like they're ready to burst. Hold me back.
Yeah, definitely. I'm predicting here right when that bell rings, we're going to come right out and hitting hard.
These guys will meet somewhere near the middle before the first punch comes out. Here they go. Fouth comes out with that lead left. Rhodes circling him. Drops the right hand. Corner's calling for the double jab. You like the double jab.
I love the jab. It's so underrated. As long as you're landing it, the other guy's not doing anything. It's working beautifully for him, too. Look at him working him over.
So Fouth, they're off to a pretty fast start. Oof. Couple of big connects here. And ref's going to give him the old standing 8 count. Boy, Fouth just came out guns blazing here and caught Jordan Rhodes and rang his bell a little bit.
But nothing reckless. He came in guns blazing, but everything off of that jab, everything off of the head movement and the footwork.
Big right hand, by the way, there from Rhodes. Got now Fouth's got him up against the ropes, and he is just teeing off on Rhodes. Going to be another standing 8 count. Jordan Rhodes not off to the start he was probably hoping for.
Yeah, definitely. Those jabs are definitely underrated. And like we said, if you hit it right where it's supposed to go, it's going to be very helpful in this bout. Just teeing off to the body, back to the head, back to the body. Referee.
It's over.
Match. What a fight.
Referee has to put a stop to it here. Jamison Foth. Just too much there for Jordan Rhodes.
I felt that was a little bit of a premature stoppage, but yeah, he was just all over him from the start. working him. I would have given him a little more time to try to get out of there and do something. But I mean, he could see better than we can on the inside. But yeah, beautiful stuff from Foth. Beautiful jab, and then he just started working that body. It was only a matter of time. He was just wearing him down, you know.
Again, for any young people watching at home, and you got aspirations for boxing, or if you've, you ever been out there in a schoolyard scrap, boy, we're going to talk about it a lot all afternoon. How important that jab is. How setting everything up with your jab. Double jabs are always a great idea. You could do so much, like you said, Tony. If my left fist is in your face, it's hard for you to do anything, and then I follow up with a right.
It's like a curtain you're putting in front of their face. Every time you're throwing that, he's dodging out of the way, he's blinking, he's moving, he's trying to parry that. You're keeping him on the back foot, thinking what's coming after that jab. As long as you keep that in his face, you're basically controlling the action there. That's ring generalship, what he was just doing in there, controlling it from the start, keeping that jab, and then he started once he got him hurt, started working that body, and then it was just
a fantastic matchup there between Jamison Foth and Jordan Rhodes. Again, with all these developmental fights, we're not going to say who the winner or the loser was, but obviously a fight stoppage is a fight stoppage.
Right, and definitely for, as we said, UConn boxing is kind of brand new. They definitely have a bright future going forward now, getting that first win for UConn boxing.
Yeah, a lot of people jazzed up about the...
Sarah, you have your history's a little different. Obviously, Billy is your husband, and when Scrub Scraps functioned as an underground fight club, Billy had 13 wins, only 2 losses, and 2 draws. One of those draws was against the founder of Scrub Scraps, Jared Jones. Your son, Kevin, is set to box at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken coming up November 12th.
All right, so here we go with our next matchup, contest number 5 between Roshan Rahman, the Scrub Scraps trainer. Roshan is 30 years old, 150 pounds, making his official debut here. He's a longtime Scrub Scraps participant, and he's going up against another UConn boxing team member, this 19-year-old Ben Mazon. I just talked to Roshan a couple of days ago. He's super jazzed up to be fighting. You know Roshan a little bit. I think we're going to see some cool stuff here from a man Rowe.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some good fluid movement. He's got a lot of boxing knowledge that he gives to these kids, and I'm excited to see this. The energy here is palpable.
I told Roshan I might lose my my non-biased approach to boxing. I said I might get a little loud and excited when he goes at it. He was supposed to fight in the revival, and unfortunately couldn't find someone to match Roshan up with. So here he is making his official Scrub Scraps debut. Again, he's been with this program for many years. It goes back a real long way with Jared Jones. And as you mentioned, Tony, is so full of boxing knowledge and it just does an amazing job training all of these young people, and gets a chance to go out there and show them how to do it the right way. So here we go. Roshan Rahman and Ben Mazon, who's from the UConn boxing team. It's hard to not be like, come on, let's go, Roshan. But again, I cannot do that. I want to see good things for Ben. We saw earlier this week a flyer featuring Ben, one of the 5 UConn Huskies who are here this afternoon. Big right hand from Roshan. Misses with the left. Good foot movement from both of these fighters. Oh, Mazon try to come in low with a little razzmatazz. What do you call that?
I think razzmatazz is the best word for that. No, but both guys have excellent footwork. Both guys working that jab. I mean, this is a high level fight right here. I like what I'm seeing.
Ooh, Roshan does catch a big right to the dome.
Yeah, definitely. Roshan has the age advantage here at 30 years old to Ben at 19, but Ben is putting up a good fight. You know, he's made a couple of good dodges, but Roshan is just keeping on.
Just landed a big right a moment ago. A little bit of a feeling out period here in the first round, it seems like.
Roshan's landing that right hand at will, though. They're feeling each other out, but every time someone lands, it's Roshan landing that hard right hand.
Another big right, threw another one there. Caught him with the left-right combination. Another jab for Roshan. So round one in the books between Roshan Rahman from the Scrub Scraps gym and Ben Mazon from the Yukon boxing team. Who'd you give that first round to?
I'd give that clearly to Roshan there, not to be biased, but I mean, he was controlling it. He was controlling the pace with the jab, ring generalship, moving around. He's setting the pace. He's setting the tempo, landing that right hand at will, keeping that jab in his face. Excellent footwork. But again, Ben Mazon putting up a hell of a fight here.
D'Lo, so far, we're seeing great fights.
Absolutely. These fights have been off the chain. You know, this building has been electric. Like I said before, it's standing room only here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We're getting ready for the second round for more impressive boxing.
What would you tell Mazon here going into the second, into round two?
I would tell him to work his jab more. I'd also tell him start working the body. One thing you notice with these amateur fights, everybody's head hunting, and nobody ever thinks to work the body. I noticed in the last fight, Fouth was really working that body, you know, and slowing his opponent down. Again, everyone wants to land a right cross or a left hook, but it's the jab and the body work that set all of that up. Without that, you're nothing.
So Mazon comes out. It seemed like he got some good advice from the corner. Seemed like he came out with a plan, but good defense so far from Roshan. Just enough out of zone. He's not really getting hit and getting hit hard. Again, you mentioned he's been throwing that overhand right and landing it at will. He just did it again.
Yeah, you can hear Ben's coach just keep reminding him to jab his way in. I know we've been talking about the jab, how it's really important here. You land it right, it's going to happen. It's going to help. And, you know, Roshan just landed a big hit to the chin.
Going to get the standing 8 count. Big right hand from Roshan Rahman, who comes right out. He wants to end this thing if he can. Big left hand, another left. Mazon's coach telling him to keep the hands high. And there's another one, that right hand, as you said, as soon as you pointed it out, I've noticed that it lands every time.
He lands it at will, even when he's not setting it up with the jab. He could just land that. If I were Mazon, I would try to move my head a little bit more, try to circle out, and keep that jab in his face.
Mazon's head that did just move, but it wasn't by his own will.
Exactly. He should also maybe start working the body to slow Roshan down. One thing about these USA boxing rules is once you've been tagged, they keep an eye on you. They don't want anybody getting hurt. So once you get a standing 8 count, I mean, you really got to step up the pace. Otherwise, they're looking to stop it on you.
Great foot movement there again by Roshan Rahman. You could, again, see what this guy's teaching in the gym. Just watching what he's doing again at 30 years old.
Right. At the end of that round, we saw a lot of good dodges from both competitors, really now starting to realize what these fighters are given to each other. And that was another great round in the books.
Now, Roshan told me he was a little bit concerned about coming out for round 3. It's been a long time since he's fought competitively like this. What does he do here going into round 3? Do you think he sort of coasts a little bit, more defense staying out of the way, or you think he presses here?
I think his natural instinct is to press, but at this point, he dominated the first round, second round dominated, and got a standing 8 count. I think he should probably as this is the first time he's had to go 3 rounds in quite a long time, I would probably keep my distance a little bit, not let the younger guy catch up. Maison looks to be in amazing shape here. But again, everything Roshan's been doing up to this point has been perfect. He's been landing those shots at will.
Oh, and here comes Maison. Again, we talk about this younger fighter, a little bit fresher perhaps, comes out, connects with a couple of big shots. There's Roshan again, though. That right overhand right has been there all fight long.
Yeah, definitely. Landing that right hand is helping. Right to the face for that one. That 1-2 combo. Rashad is there. He's given another count. Referee going to the wrong competitor. But
it's like the referee got his bell rung. He started counting out the wrong guy.
Yeah, and Ben's telling that ref he's ready to go. He wants in, and he wants to finish this fight. He's calling time. He's coming to the corner. He's going to talk to his coach, but he wants to stay in this fight.
Tony, he got his bell rung again on that one. They just checked the eye. And Roshan could very well finish this thing up shortly.
Like I said earlier, they're looking to stop it. He keeps landing that right hand. He's about to stop it.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. And it seems to me, especially in the last 30 seconds, Maison's hands were definitely not high enough. Roshan landing that right overhand right over and over and over again. Got the standing 8 count. And at that point, you got to be protective of that if you're Maison, yes?
Exactly. With the rules as they are with the amateurs, once you've been tagged and they do the standing 8 count, they tell you at the beginning that it doesn't count against you. But as soon as you get tagged like that and they do the standing 8 count, they're looking at you hard. So you got to step up the pace. You got to pull some tricks out of the bag. You can't just keep getting tagged like that. You got to switch it up because it was only a matter of time before they would stop it. I mean, he must have landed, I don't know, 40 or 50
right. Yo, my goodness. Very excited for my man Roshan Rahman. Gets the fight stoppage against Ben Maison. Look at Roshan coming right to the corner. He's such a respectful dude, such a good fighter, such a great role model, and an amazing person. So excited that he's the head trainer for Scrub Scraps because look at him. He just put the medal on the other dude. He's such a good guy.
Yeah, definitely a great show of respect for his competitor, and definitely is showing us why he is such a great coach.
All right, we're going to take a quick break before we get ready for our 6th fight of the evening.
Mandy, I'm going to start with you. Evan was the first person to have his wrist wrapped in this gym at our grand opening. Tell us about your experience at the ribbon cutting and your first impression of Scrub Scraps.
Well, I think honestly, I wasn't thinking so much about Scrub Scraps when we came in. I thought about how this was just like it. This was the place we were looking for. I specifically, as a mom, was really looking for an outlet for my son to have a place where he could really work through some of his stressors and anxieties. And, looking into different therapies for him just didn't seem like a right fit, didn't seem like the right thing for him for what he needed. So when we came here and he was getting his hands wrapped with Jared and he just, you could see his insecurity a little bit and he was a little shy and nervous, but he was excited. And so I thought, this is it. This is the place. So it was really exciting.
See. Thank you for that. Yeah, Tracy, the progress you and Kaylee have made here is difficult to put into words, for sure. If we were to somehow go back in time and remove Scrub Scraps, what do you think would be different about your life? That's all right. Take your time if you need to.
Kaylee has been inpatient 5 times and outpatient 7 times. Traditional therapy wasn't working. Since she started at Scrub Scraps, she has not been hospitalized. And our relationship has become a lot stronger because I'm coming to, and there's so much as a mother with your child, you know, you want to protect your child, keep your child safe. And I felt like I was failing at that. And this gave me a place just to let that all out. And it formed a much closer relationship with Kaylee and I. So where do I think we would be? Oh, I'm not sure that Kaylee wouldn't be gone without Scrub.
I believe one of the biggest problems we run into as mothers when we experience trauma with our children is feeling like no one could possibly understand what we were going through. Each of our struggles is unique, but we are ultimately in this thing together. As the ability to interact with one another today, reinforce this concept.
With one another here right now with these ladies or with
in the gym.
All right, so we are back at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We are still in the preliminary card section at this point. Is that the fight that's going on right now? Oh. All right, so Christian Pantoja.
And boxing out of the blue corner from Rich D.
And Grant Stern.
Grant
Looks like they switched the order of the fights on us real quick, but that is okay. Christian Pantoja and Grant Stern. Pantoja from KO King Boxing. He's 17 years old, 155-pounder, making his debut. Stern is 16. He's a 156-pounder, also making his debut, representing Rich Dean Boxing. So this will be our 7th matchup of the afternoon. Again, a big thank you to USA Boxing for allowing this event to go on. Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken live from Coventry High School in Coventry, Connecticut. Online live on Facebook and on YouTube. And so we are... we only have one more Scrub Scraps fighter. I'm assuming that will be in the next matchup after this one. So KO King Boxing and Rich Dean Boxing will step up, get their fight in first, and then we will see our final Scrub Scrapper of the afternoon being Wayne Wendry, 18-year-old, 192-pounder. I just was talking to Wyatt at the gym a couple weeks ago. I know he was really looking forward to getting his fight on, and we will see him in just a little bit.
Yeah, these fighters have been on fire today. Definitely looking forward to seeing Wyatt in the ring. But this next bout is definitely going to be another hard-hitting matchup here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
So now looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with some headgear as we prepare for matchup number 7. Looks like they swapped out headgear.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion earlier with some of the gloves with everybody and headgear. So it looks like they're just sorting that out now. We should be getting underway shortly.
Again, Christian Pantoja and Grant Stern, a couple of young lads, both right around the 155-pound mark. And we're just getting Stern strapped up. Strapping young man, and we will get this fight going is what will happen. That is where we're at. The gloves don't match the headgear, and that's okay. Here we go. They come out to the center of the ring. Again, Christian Pantoja representing KO King Boxing, and Grant Stern in the blue corner representing Rich Dean Boxing. Scrub Scraps, the only beginner and amateur boxing club in the United States of America, and is a really incredible program. We've been sort of featuring some of the moms whose children, both boys and girls, are currently being trained at Scrub Scraps, and just talking about the amazing impact that this organization has had on these young people in such a short time. Again, this Scrub Scraps has only been around officially since February of this year. This is our second event. Back in July, there was Scrub Scraps 1, the revival. And here we are, Scrub Scraps 2, Unbroken. So we are about to get underway. Matchup number 7 of the afternoon. There's your bell. And here we go. A couple of wild exchanges here early in this round between Pantoja and Stern. Pantoja lands a big left there. Definitely throwing that, winging that left out there a lot. Stern trying to stick and move here. Oh! Gets caught right to the big right to the head. That's going to get you the standing 8 count every time.
Stern's got power, but he's just a little too sloppy in there. He got caught because Pantoja's looking to load up with some hooks, and unfortunately, he can't just walk in like that. He's got to control the outside a little bit better.
Looks like the referee might be suggesting. Looks like maybe not going to get a standing 8 count. He sort of suggested that Pantoja may have hit him with the wrist rather than with a glove. So no standing 8 count there, and they resume the fight. Pantoja goes on the attack. Stern looks to be
wild in there.
Yeah, Stern looks to be a little bit bigger. He could probably push Pantoja around a little bit more, but Pantoja definitely got the speed.
Stern will definitely learn as he develops more that size advantage that he has. He should be pushing him off, getting a little bit more physical, kind of getting him off of him, pushing him away into the corner a little bit. He's got excellent technique. He just needs to weather the storm of these hooks.
Pantoja done a really nice job too on the counter punching.
Yeah, he's staying on him this whole round, coming in with those lefts and rights at the end of round 1 here. Definitely showing they have strong technique, but, 2 scrappy fighters coming out strong.
It seemed like, look, Pantoja is a little bit faster. It almost seems like he's letting Stern throw some punches so he can return the counter.
Yeah, he's definitely he's got speed and he's got some power, but he's just kind of bulling his way in there. I think Stern would do good to circle out a little bit, use that jab, keep him off, and when Pantoja gets close enough, he needs to kind of push him away a little bit more and kind of assert his size advantage in there a little bit better.
So again, Pantoja, we thought was going to get a standing 8 count on Stern, and instead the referee ruled that it wasn't a fist; it was a wrist that connected to the head, and that was the reason why there was no standing 8.
Yeah, USA Boxing here is really keeping an eye on those rules, making sure that the fighters are safe and following all the rules.
All right, so here we go with round 2, Pantoja and Stern. Oh! Stern is, and then Stern eats one as well. His knees buckled a little bit. Quite the exchange between Pantoja and Stern, and again, he snaps the head back. Oh, we are getting a heck of a fight. Pantoja then working the body, comes in, leads with the body. I like that, and then goes up top. Then comes with the big overhand right. Back to the body, that's gonna get you every time. Standing 8 count, really well done by Pantoja here in round 2. Again, it's all about those level changes.
Yeah, Stern needs to keep him off a little bit better, assert his size. He's just letting him bull his way in here. You got to give him something to think about. Every time he lands, he knocks him back. He just needs to be more confident with that. Keep him at bay, control the pace.
Seeing some good defense here in the last 10, 15 seconds or so with Pantoja, man. This guy's got speed, and he does throw haymakers.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing an exhibition of strength here by both fighters. A couple of tie-ups, but, some aggressive push-offs. These fighters really want to get at each other. They don't want to keep tying up, but they keep getting pushed back to the ropes and to the corner. But Pantoja is just really wailing lefts and rights with the referee calling this bout.
Wow, another stoppage. What do you think about that stoppage? That you mentioned the last one a bit premature. I thought maybe that one was.
That was extremely premature. He just landed two shots to the head. I mean, he hasn't even really been hurt that much this fight. I'm actually really surprised by that. I thought he was doing well. He needs to control the distance a little bit better before he lands his shots, but I don't agree with that one at all.
So that was that, man. Wow, Christian Pantoja wins the debut over Grant Stern in what was quite the back and forth battle. Pantoja seemingly had the speed there, seemingly had the strength. We thought maybe Grant Stern could power his way through it. Unfortunately, gets the early stoppage here. Fight called, and we will await the decision in the ring.
By referee stoppage, boxing out of the red corner, Christian Pantoja.
So Pantoja and Stern is in the books. Pantoja, really a heck of a fight right there. That one seemingly could have gone either way. Pantoja proved to be just a little bit too much.
I feel like if Stern would have thrown a couple of uppercuts in there, kind of pushed him around a little bit, you got to give, when a guy's bulling in like that, you got to kind of give him something to think about. And unfortunately, Stern was too focused on trying to land from the outside. Once the guy's already inside your guard, you got to start throwing hooks, uppercuts, maybe some body work. But it's a learning experience for Stern. As I said, I thought that was a premature stoppage, but he'll be back and better than ever. And excellent win for Pantoja. Good fight for both guys.
Yeah, again, so far we've seen some fantastic matchups here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We're still in the preliminary card. We've got 3 more preliminary fights before we move into the main card. And we will have 10 fights on the main card. So we are about to wrap up the prelims here. But so far, man, we've seen some great fights. Now we will see, I believe, our last Scrub Scrapper of the day. That's Wyatt Wendry. Wyatt Wendry, 18 years old. He comes in weighing 192 pounds. A developmental fight here against Daniel Greneau from the Yukon boxing team. Daniel is 19 years old and weighing in at 184 pounds. So we are getting closer and closer to our preliminary main and co-main event. And then, as I mentioned, we'll move on to the main card. And, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, Joe, I just got a word that after this fight, we're going to have Roshan come here for an exclusive interview. And we get to pick his brain and see how he's feeling after his fight.
I'm excited to talk to Ro. I think that'll be really great. I actually saw Ro the other day with Wyatt Wendry. The two of these guys going at it and training and getting themselves prepped up here for tonight. Wyatt's a little shy. Real good young man. I know Ro's got big ideas for Wyatt and what he's going to do in the future. Daniel Grineau. We'll see what he brings to the table. Still have a couple more Yukon fighters to come. But Daniel Grineau, again, representing the Yukon boxing team. Here comes Wyatt Wendry. And Daniel Grineau. So far, Wyatt, the taller fighter, has seemingly landed everything he's put out there. He's not thrown any big punches, but just lots of jabs and just sort of sticking that hand out into Grineau's face.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of volume, keeping that jab. You're not giving Grineau any chance to really set anything up. He's got good movement, always staying on the outside. He's doing an excellent job controlling the distance.
Grineau goes low and then comes back with a counter left jab, and it really moved Grineau.
Yeah, definitely. Wyatt, as we've said, has the height advantage here, but is really putting up a fight as Daniel's trying to come back and, staying focused, staying relaxed, but keeping his hands up as his coach keeps telling him. With a quick tie-up here, referee pulls him apart.
Grineau moving a little wild in that ring, and very well could end up walking right into a big Wyatt Wendry punch.
Yeah, exactly. Again, that's why these are developmental fights. You see a lot of these guys just kind of rush their way in instead of setting something up, giving the guy something to think about. Wyatt should step down on his jab a little bit more, though, keep him off. He also doesn't want to get caught with anything.
Yeah, well, again, when your opponent rushes you like that, your first thought is to not get hit, and your second thought is, can I counter this guy? And he's, really an interesting approach here from Grineau, who's just relentlessly coming at the taller fighter and eating a lot of punches on the way in.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's the end of round one here. But Daniel's staying on him, like you said, Joe. He's really going towards the taller fighter, but still attacking. And really, he can focus more on the body, especially with his being on the smaller size here. He can definitely attack the body more, and while bobbing and weaving.
You saw Wendry, obviously the taller fighter here, and more or less just kept sticking his hands out and just landing. He didn't land anything too hard, nothing too square or flush, but landed a lot more. I don't like the way Grineau is rushing in there. I feel like Wendry's one big counter from literally ending the fight.
One thing I've liked to see, though, with Yukon boxing, all their guys are doing really good, solid body work.
Yeah.
With a guy like Wyatt, tall and lanky like that, you really want to wear him down with those body shots because it's hard. It's going to be hard to reach the head, but as long as you can reach that body, you can slow down the giant.
Oof! Another big left. Wendry's landed about 100% of his punches in this fight. Grineau constantly is moving forward, but eating a lot of punches on the way in. Wendry teeing off on him, using his body and the size advantage. Although here comes Grineau.
He's got to be careful.
Wow.
He's got to be careful here with that standing eight. You got a guy.
It's over. Fight is over. Wyatt Wendry, wow. Seemingly up in this fight. Caught a couple of punches and didn't seem like he just couldn't recover, turned his back, and the referee stopped the fight.
That body work really wore him out. You could just see Grineau wasn't giving him any room to move, wasn't giving him any air to breathe. He was just all on him. I think Wyatt could really benefit from putting some weight down on his jabs and on his punches. He's active and he's got a lot of volume, but he doesn't put a lot of power behind anything.
Yeah, like I said, it seemed like he was throwing punches. He wasn't really doing much damage. And man, did Grineau come up big here in round two. A barrage of punches. And just like that, victory in his life. So we're getting a little bit closer to our main and co-main events.
Boxing out of the blue corner for UConn Boxing, Manor.
So UConn gets one back after the earlier Ramon and Mazzone fight. They are evened at one apiece, UConn and Scrub Scraps. Oh, that was shocking. That was shocking. I thought Wyatt would, interesting what he might do in that round. Instead, catch a couple of big hits and it's over.
Again, USA Boxing, they really don't play around. You get hurt and they're just on you, and you really got to show them something to not get that stop.
All right, so as I mentioned, we are moving towards the preliminary card co-main event. All right, so here we go with our preliminary main event. It's going to be between Haley Shriver and Maria Akram. Maria represents UConn Boxing. She is 0-2, 19 years old, 132 pounds. And Haley represents Shalito's Way, 21 years old, 132 pounds, is also coming into this fight with an 0-2 record.
Boxing out Shalito's Way Boxing, Haley Shriver. And boxing out of the blue corner.
So here we go, the main event.
Boxing, Maria Akram.
I've been saying it all afternoon, and when I refer to the kids, I say these young men and women, and there's the reason why. There's lots of young women here in boxing and participating, and we're very excited for this matchup, which is the preliminary cards main event, Shriver and Akram. We will be moving on to the 10 fights in the main card coming up right after this matchup. Referees got them in their corners, calling for the bell, and here we go. All right, so here they go. These young ladies are going at it, throwing some hands.
I gotta say, I've been really impressed so far with UConn Boxing. I like their program. A lot of focus on footwork and jab, a lot of economical punches. You haven't seen any of them really just rushing in, going willy-nilly, just throwing whatever. A lot of technique from them.
Yeah, UConn boxing team has been pretty fantastic, doing pretty well here today. We saw Jamison Foth earlier, Ben Mazzone, Daniel Greneau in the last one beating Wyatt Wendry, and here is Maria Akram. Off to a pretty decent start. Oh, she is just throwing the great punches here so far.
We're live. All right, fans, I'm here with Roshan Brenman, who was in our fifth bout today against Ben Mazan, pulling out the win here. Roshan, how was it like getting back in the ring?
It's nerve-wracking, but it was exciting, and it was awesome. I loved every moment of it when I was out there.
Yeah, that's great. How do you feel about being here at the Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken?
Beyond excited. I mean, I participated in the Scrub Scraps before it became something like this in the gymnasium. I was participating in Jared's driveways and stuff, but to be able to participate in an actual ring as an amateur and get a win as an amateur on my debut, oh, it's amazing. I mean, yeah, I'm just phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. Joe was talking you up during your fight. Big fan over there. But tell us a little more about Scrub Scraps and your involvement with them.
Scrub Scraps is Jared's baby that came into fruition. I mean, look at this. Look at the crowd, man. Like, can you imagine? This guy started this with his boys 2004, almost 20 years ago or something like that. And for it to be like this is amazing, man. And to be a part of something like this, it's amazing. So I got into Scrub Scraps about 10 years ago, almost, maybe 8 years ago, participated in it. And that kind of like got my competitiveness up. So after like COVID and stuff, and things started shutting down and there was nothing to do, getting involved with Scrub Scraps. And Scrub Scraps got me that motivation or that the wheels rolling to be a competitor. So I started competing in kickboxing and stuff. And once Jared opened this up, I went right up to him, and that's my best friend, and then I asked him, hey, can I be a trainer? And he said, of course. So I started training, becoming a trainer for these kids who participated today. Alvin, Steven, Kevin, even Wyatt, I mean, they all fell a little short, but nothing. I mean, I'm no less than proud of them, and being part of that, being called coach, being just part of their evolution in boxing and participating in Scrub Scraps. It's an amazing feeling for me, and I'm just beyond proud and happy to be a part of it,
Yeah, definitely. We can see from your students, they have been putting on such a wonderful thing. I thank you so much for being here. Great job today. And thank you, Scrub Scraps. This was Roshan Redmond here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. Let's bring it back to the action.
Yeah, very excited for Rashawn Raymond, who, again, not only won his fight, but is the trainer of Alvin and Steven, and unfortunately for Matt, Micel, and Donovan, who both couldn't be here, Kevin DeCarly, and for Wyatt Wendry, who you mentioned suffered his first loss. And, of course, before he could come over to get interviewed, Roshan went over there to talk to his fighter. What do you think he probably said to Wyatt Wendry after a very disappointing loss?
I'm sure he just gave him words of encouragement. He knows why it's been around. He knows that this is all, an experience. It's all about learning. It's all about developing and becoming a better fighter. Like I said, I feel like for Wyatt, he could definitely benefit from really putting some weight behind his shots, really kind of, because he was landing that first round almost at will. Like you said, he had almost 100% accuracy rate. If he would have stepped down, put some weight on those punches, I mean, he could have really done some damage there.
Appreciate your insight, of course. Tony Aguirre, my brother, and one of the cornermen for the Scrub Scraps organization. Love that you've been getting more involved. You took some training recently to become a judge. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I went for a clinic to Massachusetts. It was about all-day clinic to become it's for judge, timekeeper, and referee, and it was really enlightening to see really what the USA boxing team looks for. And like I said earlier, you've noticed how quick they are to stop these fights. Safety's a premium value to them.
Well, we are so thankful to have USA Boxing in our lives and to have you as a part of USA Boxing and to have this event going on today. Live from Coventry High School, this is Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We are in the prelim card main event. Haley Schriever from Shalito's Way, the 21-year-old, facing Maria Akram from Yukon Boxing, the 19-year-old, comes in. Both of these young ladies, 132 pounds. And this has been quite a fight. Seeing them both connect. Excellent footwork from both of these young ladies. You mentioned how good Yukon's been. I've been very struck with their footwork. It seems like that's definitely something they're stressing at the Yukon boxing team.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of these young fighters, they're all coming in and just kind of throwing caution to the wind. I've noticed that Yukon boxing, a lot more focus on technique and economical punches, trying to only throw when you're within distance and not trying to waste energy. Look at the way she's circling out of there. She's not trying to just stay in the pocket and waste energy. She's moving. She's picking her shots.
Akram tried to throw a big overhand right there, and it sort of landed, but with nothing on it, as it basically was right up against Shriver's head before it could actually extend out. Here we go. Fight's winding down. Both of these women have done a pretty fantastic job so far. Akram throws a big right hand. She's trying to drop that right again. Hits her with another one. Ten seconds left. Some jabs. Tied up, and that is that. So Haley Shriver and Maria Akram, as we prepare for the judge's decision. And then we will be moving into the main card, where we will have 10 more matchups. What'd you think of the main event?
Oh, I thought that was a great fight between these two women. Female boxing's really come a long way. Got some excellent examples out there with like Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. I'm really glad to see the way it's come. I thought excellent fight from both of them. A lot of tenacity, a lot of skill. It was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, as you mentioned, women's boxing's definitely growing in this country, and just this past week, I was talking to some of the moms at Scrub Scraps, and one of the moms is actually in training. She doesn't want to actually participate in fights, but she was saying she'd like to see more women come into the gym, and it's certainly, again, it's so safe, and you learn a lot, and yeah,
it really builds character too. You know, you learn a lot of respect when you're in there with somebody. I mean, only you and that other person know what you two have gone through. And there's a certain level of respect, you know, that you earn in the boxing ring. And it's excellent for youth on the way up to kind of experience that.
Yeah, you know, one of the moms was talking about, I did some interviews this week, and she was talking about how her son, Donovan's always been a very good athlete and does well on team sports, but this was different. She liked this because there's no excuses. You're the wide receiver on a football team. You could say the quarterback didn't get you the football. It's I did what I had to do. Baseball, same thing. You know, you're a second baseman and you make your plays and you contribute, and the pitching staff is terrible. Your team is terrible. It's easy to hide behind that. This is such an individualistic sport. There's no one to blame out there in the ring other than yourself. And she loved the idea that it really helps this kid's development by being responsible for himself.
I've always found boxing and combat sports really to be the perfect metaphor for life. As you said, you know, you have your coaches and your support team that kind of guide you and give you advice, and they get you to where you need to be. But once you're in the limelight, it's really just like life. It's on you. You live or you die by the choices that you make in there. And like you said, in any other sport, you could always say the team failed because of one person. With boxing, you are that one person. You live and die by the choices that you make in there. There's really, it's a beautiful metaphor for life itself. It's why we all love the sport.
Yep, the sweet science that it is. This matchup number 13. This is the first fight on the main card. Anthony Ferranti from Nino's Martial Arts. He's 10 years old, 78 pounds, making his debut against Nasir Santiago from KO King Boxing, also 10 years old, weighs in at 75 pounds, and is making his debut as well. So now we are moving into the main card, D'Lo. We're going to probably see even better action than what we've seen across the first bunch of fights.
Absolutely. And to start our main card, this should be definitely a good exhibition fight. the time change here. They will have 3 1.5-minute rounds here, especially today we're starting them young. At 10 years old, both of these fighters are going to give it their all, and let's see how this goes.
So Ferranti and Santiago get this main card kicked off. They are meeting here in the center of the ring. 3 1.5-minute rounds for these two 10-year-olds. As I said, kick off the main card here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. By the way, you could visit scrubscraps.org to learn more both about the organization if you want to sponsor and or if you'd just like to contribute or donate. We could certainly use your support. This is an absolute barn burner right out of the gate. Ferranti and Santiago just going at it like mad. Santiago worked the body a little bit there. Big right hand from Ferranti. Santiago ringing his bell a little bit, but Ferranti still bringing it, still coming hard. Seems like maybe nothing has hurt Ferranti so far because he is just relentlessly moving forward. Slowed down the punching a little bit. These two both came out like they were on fire.
Yeah, I think Ferranti's kind of wearing down a little bit. He's more just kind of following him right now instead of. He should probably back off a little bit, regain his footing, get some air. He was warned for holding, but excellent fight by both men so far.
By the way, I love these two 10-year-olds. I mean, in close, and you've seen Ferranti twice go right to the body.
Oh, yeah, great stuff from both kids. I mean, this is really the age you want to start off at if you hope to have a future within the sport. To learn the ins and outs, this is the kind of sport you need to learn young. It's like learning a language. You need to be immersed in it from a young age to really grasp it and be proficient in it.
What a really good point that is. Yeah. I mean, right. There is a reason they tell you when you're young, it's the best time to learn a language when you can completely control your brain and train it to what you want it to be. It seemed to me there, D'Lo, that Ferranti came out, both of these guys came out guns a-blazing. And while Santiago eventually slowed down, it seemed like Ferranti, I like the idea that every time he was in close, he threw one right to the body.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like a car crash. It's you don't want to look at it, but you also can't turn away. Definitely these two, it was a great analogy of like learning a language, starting them this young. As round 2 starts, we're going to really see these two come right back to where they left off, right after each other, going to the body. Wow.
I mean, right, dude, every time Ferranti gets in low, they get tied up. He immediately goes down low to the body. I love it. You don't see that a lot with the youngins.
No, Nino's is obviously, they drill that in their heads. You kill the body and the head will eventually fall.
Well, this is a great way to kick off our main card. Ferranti and Santiago both bringing it. Ferranti looked like he just threw a forearm a second ago. Looks like he got away with that one pretty good.
He's also been warned the second time for holding. He keeps holding the lead arm and trying to hit Santiago.
Not a bad strategy, to be honest.
A bit illegal.
A little illegal, but I mean, hey, it's only illegal if you get called for it. Low blow there from Ferranti. This Ferranti is ferocious, dude. He really is. Much credit to Nasir Santiago because, boy, he's been hit with a barrage, and he's still bringing it, and he's still bringing the defense. Again, tied up. Nice left from Santiago on the inside there as the fighters head to their corner at the end of the round.
Yeah, definitely the ref for the second time now warning about that holding. They're holding that lead arm, and I could hear the coaches from both sides telling their fighters to stop holding. But again, remember, these guys are young. They're still learning. They're still getting their minds into that mental state of, keeping the rules in the back of your head, but also being in the moment and really trying to, land that one punch.
These two fighting in a phone booth right now. Again, I just love the idea that when they're tied, when they're in close, Ferranti quick with the body blows.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to wear his opponent down, definitely trying to outwork him on the inside. Although I got to say, Santiago, when he breaks out and he circles around, he's been connecting upstairs pretty well as well.
Yeah, both these young fighters, 10 years old, man, seeing a lot of skill here as we, again, boy, Ferranti comes right. Ferranti caught him. Couple of haymakers back and forth again. Ferranti to the body. Santiago's going to the head. Ferranti does tie him up, holding him again and throwing the punch. He's going to be warned. Santiago takes advantage, throws a quick left-right combination. Then he drops another big right. I think we're going to get the standing 8 count as Santiago absolutely rang Ferranti's doorbell there. He's ready to go. He's like, don't even count, ref. Let's do this. Here comes the haymakers again, sort of leading with the face. I don't know that that's a great idea by Ferranti. It's going to catch another standing 8. When you're dazed like that, don't bury your head in and go at him.
No, that's when you got to start working your outside game. He had such good momentum coming into here. Again, once they get a sense that you're hurt in this, you really got to be careful here.
That said, Ferranti throws a big left that connects to Santiago. He's still coming forward relentlessly, loses the footwork a little bit. Again, some holding with the hands there. 10 seconds to go here.
Ferranti's certainly living up to his surname, which means Iron Man. I mean, he's just doing great.
Iron Man for sure. What an absolutely fantastic fight. KO King Boxing and Nino's Martial Arts should be very proud of these two young men.
Yeah, both of these organizations are really showing what they can do at this young age with training these athletes. Definitely, they put on a show, and what a way to start our main card here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken here in Coventry High School, Coventry, Connecticut.
So, wow. It looks like this one will go to a decision. Ferranti and Santiago. A lot of action in this one. Quite a bit of holding, but a lot of action. We'll see what the judges say. Figure out who the winner is in this matchup. We will see more from Nino's martial arts studio. The next 3 fights will all include fighters from Nino's who represented pretty well at Scrub Scraps 1 back in July. So Santiago is going to pull out the victory. I think that was deserved. To me, Santiago did maybe just a little bit more than Ferranti. A couple of great young fighters, and I think both have quite the future ahead of them.
Both scrappy young men, both iron chins. They each took a good deal of punishment, but also both showed tenacity and willpower in there. Excellent fight.
You know what I really enjoyed was every time they got separated and came back at each other, Ferranti immediately came with winging that overhand right.
Nino's guys they're all scrappy at that gym. They should all be proud of themselves today.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here to Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. We're going to do one more fight, and then we will take a quick break. And that's cool by me. It looks like up next, like I said, more from Nino's martial arts. It'll be Logan Rivera and Alexi Perez. Rivera, 14 years old, 110 pounder, making his debut against Perez, who is 13 years old, weighing in at 114 pounds, also will be making his debut. Both fighters are heading towards the ring. And our main man, JT, in there about to announce the next matchup here between Perez and Rivera. And Perez is fired up, getting the crowd going. Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next contest, coming from Central City Boxing, in the blue corner,
Alexi Perez gets a nice pop from the crowd. Looks like Central City Boxing is well represented. Oh, yeah, they really are. I just noticed that entire crew ringside is all from Central City Boxing.
Yeah, Joe, you took the words right out of my mouth. Central City Boxing is here with a lot of support for their fighters. Perez with at 114, I think he'll definitely have a little bit of an advantage today. But I think this will be another fast-paced, hard-hitting matchup.
Yeah, so here we go. Scrub Scraps 2, Unbroken, live from Coventry High School. A big thank you, by the way, to Fox Hill School of Music, Cola Construction, Elm Hill Manor, the Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, Compass Moving and Storage, Costello Roofing, and, of course, we just mentioned Central City Boxing and Barbell. So here we go, Rivera and Perez. This is our 14th matchup of the afternoon. Perez he fights real low.
He fights from a low crouch. It reminds me of old school fighters like Jake LaMotta and Rocky Marciano fighting out of that low crouch like that.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of that
often.
That said, it seems as if Logan Rivera is this is maybe a little more than he's looking to handle here against Perez, who is very unconventional.
Now he's taking the standing 8 count.
Yeah, that was quick. Didn't even see the punch.
Styles in this sport. It's very hard. If you haven't seen that, that's really hard to adapt to.
Oh, big time. And again, that's going to be it. They're going to wave that one right off, unfortunately, for Logan Rivera. I think Logan really was struggling here with Perez and just fighting from that crouch the way he did. It just was too much. I'm sure if I had to guess, at 14 years old, Logan Rivera has probably never seen that before.
I don't think most people these days have seen that before. It's a very awkward style mixed with speed. That kid's got a good future ahead of him. He's going to be tricking everybody.
D'Lo, that was rough, man, for Logan Rivera. You got a guy you've never really seen that sort of style of boxing before. Stays super low, comes up, and there's really not much Rivera could do about it.
Right, definitely. You know, the stance was, the footwork was on point there, and really, unless you got some film on your opponent, it's really you can't really do any research for that and look at tapes for that. But both fighters definitely came out hot. But again, another referee stoppage here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back with our next matchup. They're going to take care of business in the ring, and we'll be back live from Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Scrub Scraps helped.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Scrub Scraps helped my husband 15 plus years ago. In the same way, it's now helping my son, and I have limitless gratitude for that. I love these people more than anything. So.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
I would say thank you. I think I said thank you and gave Jared a big hug. I don't know. I think maybe like 3 or like our 3rd session here. Thank you. And thank you for taking this work so seriously and so passionately and leading so much with your heart and being so genuine. Because that's how this work happens, being genuine. And I feel like Jared is that. So thank you.
Oh, Jared, you know, I'm going to cry. What can I say? I love you. I really do. I love your passion. I love that you've walked this walk and you know it can help other people. I don't care what age, my age, younger children. You welcome everyone, and I feel like you truly want what's best for everyone, and I love that about you. Scraps is amazing, and I just really, if anyone out there is looking for some place to go, Jared, they need to come to you. They need this outlet.
You did it last time.
Anna, get Rudy out there. He's in front of you. Rudy, come over here. Rudy.
Yeah, that's really slippery. No shit. It is. I won't go. I'll pull it going. Yo, Little, I need you to watch. God wants to be the top there. I'm not trying to kill each other. Last minute, you guys.
My little one got a chin. Whatever kill each other.
He's dead. That's why he was with you.
Yeah, my little brother. Can't tell. Bye. So he's doing the run, right?
1 minute, guys.
Bye.
Take a walk, though.
Good luck on the highway. Where's the rat?
Great.
He's been running through there.
15 seconds.
Oh, it should be.
Come on.
There you go. Get it, Jack. Nice.
Keep them out there. There you go.
He used the pen to sand stuff in. I'll cancel it, yeah. Like, see what that right.
Come out there.
Good luck, guys.
Somebody.
I'm trying to stand it. Didn't get started an hour.
I'm glad they did.
They're in the way. What?
Nice.
Where the ducking go? Let's go to the all on the left or the right. Nice block.
Come on, Jared.
That's slippery spot there.
You was wrong. You were good. I'll say, hopefully, we'll beat it. Or just let it go. I can't be your friend.
Jab your way in, brother. Jab your way in. Come out there.
Come on, get in there.
Grab it. 15 seconds.
Nice.
Nice. Grab your way in. Round 3. Keep him out there, Jared. There you go. Grab your way in. Keep him out there. There you go. defense.
That wasn't friendly, she said. That wasn't friendly. Friendly fire, Jared, friendly fire.
Retaliate. Get them back.
Round 3.
Start growling out.
You feel left up.
You guys are 5 rounds. Yeah. Good back off, Billy. Good back off.
That's the way it's everywhere. Working behind the job. Everything comes off that job.
Oh, you can't remember.
Come on, Jerry.
That's the way you're driving. Follow your job in.
Yeah.
Come on,
See you,
get
Jerry.
out of the job.
Actually, Jerry, just take it. Come on, man. Throw it out there and shoot it.
Good counter. Everything follows with the left. There you go.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Oh, you should let that go.
Come on, dude. Gotta let the hand fly, man. Not what we wanted. Let the hand fly. Last 30 seconds, man.
Follow with the left hook to the body. That's it.
That's 5 seconds. One more. 5 seconds. Go. Get it.
Open up.
Pretty hard fight here, Mark. Come on. Check them out there.
You're weird. That's it. Move with it. Don't give him a target.
I gotta see an elbow.
Follow your job in.
Jab him up.
Work behind it. There you go. Work behind. Good jab. Working. Nice.
Hey.
That's it. Don't back. There.
Aw, you should let that go. Should let that go. Right?
I finally saw it coming. He grabbed a hold of it.
That's what counter to left. Connor sees over and doesn't stop.
Follow your jab in. Follow it in. Follow it in.
Come on.
Come on.
Let it out now.
Good. There you go. Last one, left hook to the body. Good counter. Good counter.
People, you got there. Oh, he's so feeling.
Smash him up.
No,
Corn.
Yep. 20 seconds, guys.
Do 2.
Work it. Work it.
Yup.
Get in. That's right. Time with your punches. There you go. Left hand.
Too much time, we gotta be quicker. Snap out there, let's go.
10 seconds. Come on, him up.
Come on.
Get him in the hand.
Get around. Get in there. That boy. Go to the body.
Who's the champ? Who's the champ? Do 2. Come on.
All your jab. That's it.
Come on, you gotta throw a combo, Jay.
You got it. You got it.
Get into it.
Come on, Jerry.
Don't let him out. Come on, Jake.
Open up. Open up.
Hey, Never Saturday. You fucker.
Throw straight punches there, Jay. When he comes in, straight punches.
That's it.
Open that body. Rip.
My partner. Jab, Jerry, jab. Nice. Jab again, Jerry. Keep it out there. Keep working. Jab.
Let your hands go.
Watch it.
That way.
That was good. Up close and personal, shot.
There you go.
Billy always had a thing for the camera.
Whoa. Clutch that.
One minute down. 1 minute to go.
I think I can.
You gotta dig deep now.
I don't know.
Uppercut, Billy. Uppercut. You get in
This is
close.
it. This is it. Oh no, this is close. Open up.
There you go, Jared. Another one. There you go. Keep it out there. Tap it in.
Don't worry about that one.
There you go.
Counter when he does
Here's a
that.
second. Throw it out, Jared.
Good shot.
Look like you won.
You want to pay that.
Make it count.
Right now, man. Lay him in.
Grab your way in.
You've proven yourself.
5 seconds.
Imagine meeting the alcoholic, the severely depressed, the loner, the drug addict at the treatment center. Imagine them showing up on time and voluntarily.
I was very much in my shell as a young kid, and then when I fought you, that was huge for me because I dropped out of high school. And, you know, I was kind of, in my mind, a bit of a loser, you know? And when I had accomplished that, you know, be it a small accomplishment in a boxing career, it was big to me, you know, and that's a big thing I think that Scrub Scraps has to offer for anyone. You know, you could break a lot of walls down, whether it's social, fear, you know, whatever it is. And that's huge. That's something I'll always have. I'll remember, you know.
And I was struggling a lot with PTSD. And I know Jared, especially like talking to you and like hearing your background, like that definitely made me feel more comfortable.
I've always struggled with addiction, alcoholism, you name it. So my brother's like, I got someone for you to meet.
I was broken, man. I was just totally shattered.
Scrub Scraps has a lot to offer to those kids to keep them away from the things that you had to go through to grow to where you are now.
Imagine being given a chance to talk to them and intervene before they made poor decisions. Imagine them being excited about participating in the treatment program that would help them make better choices in life. Consider the reach such a program would give us as a society. Now, stop imagining. At Scrub Scraps, we have experienced all of these things.
Got involved in a lot of dumb things. Doing Scrub Scraps kind of gave me my outlet to get away from it all. And that was kind of what changed me. It made it so that I had more time to focus on becoming an adult.
It's not necessarily about a competition or about the sport even. It's just about, you know, let's see who you are and maybe we can grow you as a person.
You know, it didn't matter if we were competing against each other. It was just the simple fact of how close everybody was.
I'm so happy that I'm in the place that I'm in now because I had a positive role model not only teach me a sport, but in a controlled, safe environment where I knew I'd leave happy, healthy, learn something. Those are the things that Scrub Scraps brought to the table.
If we would have had something like Scrub Scraps, I would have seen some of my cousins that are gone now from alcohol, gone now from fighting with guns. I would have seen them grow to be like some of the kids that I seen you train.
Since 2004, many members of Scrub Scraps have entered the program for the mental health aspect, the exercise, the camaraderie, or to learn about the sport of boxing. However, the demographic that appeals to the program specifically to compete tends to be a bit different. The majority of them are overwhelmed by some kind of trauma, which makes sense. Why else would the idea of fighting be appealing to them?
Fight, guys.
A lot of trainers that I've worked with have never dealt with the mental aspects of boxing, and to me, that's probably the most important.
It's the camaraderie after all the fights are done.
And after, there was kind of the sense of equanimity, like, you know, if I apply myself to this, you know, cut down on the bogeys, quit drinking.
And taking it and running with it. And kind of keeping that mentality for the whole time. And that's definitely what got me to where I am now.
That was my first fight, and after that, I quit smoking cigarettes, and I took training seriously. So that was the biggest change in my life. So that's got to be like probably the most memorable fight.
What happened in that backyard was instrumental on me rebuilding myself and becoming a better person.
It's all love, man. Listen, it's all love because you're going in there and you're sharing like a moment with that person.
To see videos of these fights and all these people out around the ring, and when you think of fighting, you think of violence, but when you're watching these fights, that's not what you're seeing. You're not seeing violence, you're seeing jubilation, you're seeing people who are win or lose, who feel really good about themselves for having succeeded at something.
People think it's just fighting. So there's so much more. You have to deal with yourself psychologically, mentally, emotionally, every second of every day. And when you get in that dressing room, it's magnified times 1,000. And so when you say somebody's a fighter, you know, it's a feat.
There's no 30-day detox. There's no 60-day do this. There's no levels. You come in, you're yourself. We're not going to judge you. We're not going to put any stigmas on what you're doing. Every time you fall down, we're going to be there to pick you up. And that's it.
Scrub Scraps is the only treatment-based program this particular demographic will volunteer for. The individuals among us that are in the greatest need of treatment make up the largest demographic of Scrub Scraps participants. For many of these individuals, Scrub Scraps is our only chance at an intervention. For more information, visit our website at scrubscraps.org or visit our social media pages. At Scrub Scraps, some people are literally fighting for their lives. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken, live from Coventry High School in Coventry. We are on the main card, just finished up our intermission as required by USA Boxing. Believe me, nobody after this late start wanted to stop down for 15 minutes. Hope you enjoyed the different stuff that we've played for you, sharing some old Scrub Scraps fights as well as these interviews with the moms of Scrub Scraps. As obviously there's a lot of downtime, ladies and gentlemen, in between these here fights. And just trying to keep you entertained in between each of these bouts. We should have, I believe there are 7 bouts remaining. Next up will be from Nino's Martial Arts, Jacob Thompson, and from Rich Dean Boxing, Nasir Dean. So a couple of young gentlemen. Dean is 16. Thompson is 15, both weighing right around 165 pounds. This will be Dean's debut. Thompson comes into this matchup 0-1.
Boxing out the red corner, representing Nino's Martial Arts Studio, Jacob Thompson.
So here comes the announcements. Jacob Thompson comes out to the center of the ring. He'll be joined in a hot minute by Nasir Dean.
From Rich Dean Boxing, Nasir Dean.
So these two gentlemen meet into the center of the ring. They're talking it over with their referee as we prepare for our next fight here on the main card. Rich Dean Boxing and Nino's Martial Arts. Here comes the bell. Ding, ding. That was me. Oh, a big left hand coming out of Nasir Dean. Boy, he caught Thompson quick. There is just something, this whole thing about just charging forward. You do tend to walk into things.
It just seems to be like a primal instinct with these young amateur fighters. They just bull rush right in, with little technique at all. You gotta work your way into there. They're just hooking right now. They're hooking and charging, holding. Very, very rough, dirty fighting.
You've seen both corners kind of up in arms. The cornermen here not liking what they're seeing from either fighter so far, as my brother Tony just said. Got a lot of wing in it. These guys coming at each other like a couple of bulls in a china shop.
Yeah, definitely. And this is Nasir's debut match here, coming out right with the opening bell with that giant swing to the head. I've seen the officials on the side keep reminding their cornermen to take a seat. They must stay seated during the round.
So both corners a little upset with their fighters. The referee issues a warning. USA Boxing is making sure the trainers sit. Boy, it's hard not to stand up when your guy's getting beat up a little bit. But here they go, Dean and Thompson. Another big left. Oh, back-to-back big lefts from Nasir Dean.
Both men just throwing caution to the wind. Not much technique here. All of Dean's shots are long, wide, looping shots.
Meanwhile, Thompson looks like he's really trying to land his spot, if you will. He's a little more cautious. Just landed a big left to Dean's head. But as you said, we're both kind of winging it here. Another warning from the referee.
Yeah, this is a real rough one here. All technique thrown right out the window.
And listen, that is prone to happen. Again, especially with young people. You spend a lot of time in the gym. You know what you're supposed to do. You get out here, and as I said this right towards the start of the broadcast, Mike Tyson famously said everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face. And that seemed to be the second these two met at the center of the ring. They both threw looping fists at one another. Technique out the window for the entire rest of that round.
Yeah, definitely. Even when that bell rings, that technique went right out. Sometimes when that bell rings, the fighters' brains just go into autopilot and they just go right in to what their instincts are. And, you know, I know once that bell rang to end that round, Nasir's coach stormed into the ring, needed to talk to his guy right away. He's the one who's getting a lot of reminders to stay seated. But looking at these opening seconds into this round, both fighters coming in hot.
Yeah, Nasir Dean comes out. Oh boy. Thompson is looks like a different fighter in this round.
I think Thompson took the advice of his trainer. He's definitely trying to time Dean's wide looping shots, trying to get on the inside, land shorter, crisper punches.
So after a wild first round, a little more.
Look how Dean's winding up to throw that left hook. You see that?
Yeah, you could definitely see Dean. He likes to throw it. He throws it often, and looks like we have something going on here in the ring.
He's getting a warning for hitting below the belt.
A low blow warning given to Jacob Thompson. Another big, oh, man. Nasir Dean, boy. Yeah, he buckled him, and that's going to do it. That's going to be the end of the... Oh, he's going to give him a standing 8. Oh, Thompson takes another big left. Nasir ties him up for the moment. And oh, that's going to do it. That's going to be the end of the fight there. Nassim absolutely lit him up there, knocked the head back. Does he survive to standing 8? Yes, he does. Boy, we're getting to some real action here.
Yeah, and Jacob's coach just keeps reminding him, keep your hands up. Definitely this second round was a hard-hitting bout. Man, what some hooks right to the face. I thought this match was over. So many hits to the head, but the referee's using his discretion, giving that 8 count and allowing these men to continue.
Wow, this has been quite the matchup here. Thompson and Nasir Dean. Dean, you said, kind of winding up and just pretty much everything he's throwing. Of these big wind-up throws, he's landing a lot of them.
Everything he's throwing, he's trying to throw with as much force as he can, and little technique. He's just winging them. Thompson really needs to just time that like he did at the start of the first round. Dean threw a looping left hook, and Thompson kind of went under it and countered it. He needs to do that more because they're looking at him pretty hard right now. One more combination like that, and he's going to get stopped.
Yeah, so here we go into the third round between Dean and Thompson.
Yeah, referee reminding them again to keep their hands up, nothing below the belt. And we are starting out strong again. Ooh, nice dodge by Jacob here as Nasir giving that 1-2 again. The hook, big dodges, but Jacob is really trying to get back into this fight.
Well, Thompson really got the counter working in this round. He's done a really nice job. He's making Dean miss and countering very well with that left. Now going to the body. They get tied up for a moment. Ref breaks him up, resets him, and here we go. They get tied up. A little rabbit punch from Thompson. Thompson approaches, catches one. So back to the body again for Thompson. He's going to get warned for holding. Oh, back to back lefts.
Stand there. Thompson's just standing there, walking in. He really needs to throw something on the way in.
Yeah, leading with your face and not throwing something is not a great idea. I think they're trying to get Nasir to go to the neutral corner. There he goes. Never quite makes it to the neutral corner.
He just walks in. He's got to throw something on the way in.
Yeah, you would think by now Thompson would notice that's not working out. Just a walking straight in. Does a real nice job with the counter punches, though. Again, gets clipped. Coming in, just leading with the face. I can't even believe that he lasted that long. That was very well done. Boy, Jacob Thompson, heart of gold there because, boy, he was getting lit up.
Yeah, this definitely went the distance in this fight. Jacob really took a beating here, but so did Nasir. Towards that last round, Jacob started to come alive a little bit, and landed a couple of good ones, but I think with all the reminders from the referee to keep it above the belt, that might cost him in this bout.
Yeah, so I thought Thompson definitely second half of this fight, and especially in that third round, did a really nice job throwing the counters. But again, he's walking into all of these and catching one with his face at first.
Yeah, it's a shame. He did a really good job adjusting, not getting hit with those wide punches. But again, you can't just walk in like that. I mean, you got to throw something on the way in, or even some head movements, some feints, anything. Just wandering right into that was just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, every time he walked in on that, it did not go well. But I like to think Jacob Thompson's going to walk away from this fight, watch some video, and sort of see the error in his ways, because I thought he fought a really great fight. Again, the counter punching from Thompson, second and third round in particular, I thought he did a really good job, but he's catching
He's catching one on the way in almost every time.
Yeah, and this, as you saw, the level of respect these two fighters have. Nasir giving Thompson the medal, and just a show of respect. What a great fight.
All right, so now our third Nasir on the main card. A lot of Nasirs for some reason. Nasir De Jesus from KO King Boxing steps up next. He's 2-1, 15-year-old weighing 105 pounds. He'll be taking on Caden Stefanum from Central City Boxing, 15-year-old weighing 100 pounds. He comes in at 3-2. Stefanum. We'll get him. Nasir De Jesus makes his way into the ring. Caden getting a little pop for Caden Sifanano. I noticed they all do that too from Central City. The all around the ring, that little move. I like that.
Yeah, definitely. Putting their little stamp on their style and for Central City Boxing and Barbell. Definitely is here full force today with the support. Feels like the whole team is here from the gym. This definitely, the energy is picked up even more. Again, it's standing room only here at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken at Coventry High School in Coventry, Connecticut. We're here for another, hopefully, great fight.
Yeah, Central City.
Ready to go with the referee's instructions. You see that?
Yeah. Central City Boxing, by the way, one of our sponsors for this afternoon. So big thank you to them bringing the whole crew out here today. So here we go. After De Jesus and Symphonium, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 more fights, and we'll be in our main event. It's been an excellent afternoon of boxing. All these fantastic boxing clubs. We've seen quite a few KO King Boxing and Fitness members. Man, yeah, as if we didn't know this was going to happen. Another barn burner. These two come out throwing hands. Seeing really good footwork, but oh my goodness gracious. Symphonium and De Jesus are absolutely brawling right now. What a fight we've seen so far here, D'Lo.
Yeah, this went 0-60, and just once that bell hit, both competitors coming right to the center of the ring, just laying haymakers with each other, trading blows left and right, back and forth. This is a amazing bout.
Love what we're seeing here. Symphonium and De Jesus. Finally, they tie it up a little bit, but my goodness, these two come out of the gate on fire.
Yeah, both guys on fire right now. Both guys landing it solid. Symphonium has a really good 1-2. He needs to stick with that to keep the other guy off of him.
So again, you see Symphonium dropping the haymakers, and De Jesus is just countering right back. He's got him pinned here in the corner. Great job by De Jesus to get himself out of that. Let's see if he can't mount himself a little bit of offense now. There he goes. Throws a couple of nice jabs. Symphonium, big right hand. De Jesus the counter.
Really good head movement and footwork. He's really good at getting out of there when he's getting cornered.
A couple of really fantastic, young, talented 15-year-olds going at it. Symphonium is a little on the ropes here as De Jesus moves in. Nicely done, Symphonium and De Jesus. Yeah, he is fired up, getting the crowd all fired up. What a fantastic round one.
Yeah, Joe, these fighters are fighting like they have something to prove here. This gym is on fire. The fans are going crazy here for these two. Just from this opening bell, these two just came out haymakers, one after the other, trading blows. They're really, both coaches have a lot of good things to tell their fighters, and to get both of them back in, I feel like this is right now dead even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, the pace of this fight, it did not relent at all through the entire first round. And this young Caden Symphonium got the crowd going.
The atmosphere right now was electric. You could feel it in the air. That was one hell of a start to this fight.
What do you think about Symphonium getting guys down in his corner, and he's like jazzing up the crowd?
Real showman. He knows he's got better technique. He knows he's in control. Look at that footwork, the way he circles out. He lands it and he's out of there.
Tremendous footwork. Great head movement. This kid knows how to fight.
He's got the fighting spirit. He's doing an amazing job right now. Whipping the crowd into a frenzy.
Yeah, they're going nuts for Caden Symphonium. Meanwhile, Nasir De Jesus, talented young man in his own right, trying to mount some sort of a comeback here. But Symphonium definitely feels the crowd behind him.
Yeah, and definitely, you guys were talking about their footwork. Man, these two just don't stop moving. They're like sharks. If they stop, they're going to die. But they just keep going. They're coming out. Another great way to get out of the corner. They're really going at each other with blow after blow, getting close. Ooh, a nice shot to the head there. Kind of shook them up a little bit, but they are fighting for their lives out here.
Oh, De Jesus gets caught with one, but it's going to be Symphonium who gets the standing 8 count. I'm not sure I saw that the same as the referee. It looked to me like it went the other way on that, but okay. I mean, again, great footwork and really good defense by Symphonium. De Jesus still looking. Yeah, De Jesus throws a big right hand there. Follows that up with the counter left. It seems like now De Jesus maybe trying to use his size and strength a little bit. But again, just fantastic boxing from Caden Symphonium. This kid, boy, he is on fire right now.
Yeah, this is definitely the match of the night right now. These guys are showing that they have something to prove here. Caden has been showing great technique and definitely trying to get out of these situations when he comes up against the ropes or trying to get out of the corner. He's really giving Nasir a run for his money.
You mentioned the footwork from Caden Symphonium. It's been really good. I think Nasir De Jesus, a good boxer. He's just facing a guy who's just got much better footwork, superior footwork.
This right here really is the fight of the night. I mean, it's a barn burner, but there's also a high level of skill going on. The relentlessness and the technique of De Jesus and the footwork and speed and technique of Symphonium. I mean, this is amazing.
De Jesus and Symphonium head into the final round. Man, these two, it's been nonstop action since the opening bell. De Jesus, the bigger fighter, trying to impose his will, has great technical skills, pretty good footwork. Symphonium, just great defense, and his footwork for 15 years old is pretty phenomenal. These two just absolutely going at it right now. I think De Jesus might actually be up in the fight because of the standing 8. Oh, big left from De Jesus. Boy, De Jesus, if he could just put his body into this, I think he's a much bigger fighter.
He's keeping that jab in his face. He's keeping him at bay.
Symphonium, can he pull something out here? Does he go back to the bag of tricks?
You know, it looks like they're really aiming for that head. They're going head hunting. They really need to start working the body here in this last round if they want to get the upper hand. And I think, Nasir is trying to get him cornered, but Caden just keeps finding a way to get out of there.
Yeah, the footwork really it makes him a tough target. And again, to De Jesus's credit, he has landed a lot of punches. He's mounted quite a bit of offense, but man, every time it seems like he's got Caden Symphonowem in a spot, Symphonowem just uses the great footwork to get out of it. De Jesus is going to be warned for a hold and maybe a bit of a shin, not a shin, but a forearm. These two tied up. Symphonowem, I'll tell you too, for the smaller fighter, it has not been bullied in this fight. Working the body big time. This one comes to an end. What an absolute. This definitely was the fight of the night right here. Boy, oh boy, man. Caden Symphonowem and Nasir De Jesus. Unbelievable matchup right there, D'Lo.
Yeah, standing ovation from the crowd, really showing their appreciation to these two fighters, really showing what they can do, and a lot of respect going back and forth, saying good match to the coaches. Really, what a fantastic fight. In the words of Jim Ross, this was a slobber knocker.
I love that. Thank you for quoting Jim Ross. Well done, and that's exactly where that's what applies here for sure. It's a shame someone's got to lose this fight.
Yeah, I mean this bout was the highest level of skill that I've seen so far from both fighters. I mean, top level skill, jabs, hooks, footwork, head movement, everything was just above the board with these two. I'm so proud of these two young men.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Again, as I said, someone's going to lose this fight, sadly.
by split decision.
Oh no, even worse.
Out of the red corner,
Yeah. I will say this. I'm not stunned. I thought Caden maybe was in trouble because of the standing 8. This was a close one. I'm not a split decision. You can't be mad at that. I understand Symphonowem obviously a little disappointed, but I thought De Jesus definitely did enough. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of, Caden looked shocked. He really thought he had this fight won, but like you said, it's a shame that there had to be a loser here today.
Unfortunately, Central City boxing coach having some words with the judge, not loving that decision. But again, it's that's what happens in this sport. And anytime you leave it up to the referee's decision, you're probably going to get some bad news. And that was the case right here. Nothing for Caden Symphonowem to be ashamed about. He fought an absolute great fight. Obviously, he's very upset with himself.
Hey, nothing to be ashamed of, bro. What a fight.
The entire Central City team has come over to embrace Symphonowem, who absolutely put on the fight of the night. That was crazy and really unfortunate. Again, that's the sport of boxing. That's what happens, D'Lo. When you put it in the hands of a judge, you never know quite what they're seeing, and you get obviously what Central City Boxing feels was a bad decision. I'm okay with it. I thought, again, that could have gone to either guy. Personally thought Symphonowem had won that fight, but I'm not mad that it was De Jesus.
Right, and the fans are definitely showing their opinion and letting the referees know how they feel with that last fight. But like you said, boxing is so specialized that we have these judges on the outside for that when we get to that limit. If they get to that point, that comes into a factor.
Yeah, you never want to leave it in the hands of your judges because, boy, that sort of thing happens, and it happens a lot in the great sport of boxing. I'm not mad that De Jesus won that fight, I'll be honest. I said in the second round after the standing 8,
I thought that could potentially hurt Stefano. I thought he did enough to win the fight, but I don't think that was an outrageous split decision.
It's unfortunate. That is one of the downsides to the sport, is someone has to lose in a fight that high quality, that hotly contested. You hate to see that, especially a fighter who's an entertainer like that, whipping up the crowd. I mean, that kid's got a bright future ahead of him. Both fighters, tremendous skill. De Jesus and Stefanem, I expect bright things out of both of them. That was amazing.
So definitely a little bit of a bummer for Central City Boxing. I think everybody over there thought they had it in the bag. Like I said, I thought it was a close enough fight. I thought it could have gone either way. Personally thought Stefanem had done just enough to win that fight, but the referee saw it definitely different. Here we now have Santos Martinez from Martinez Boxing, 17-year-old, 120-pounder making his debut against William Cruz from the Wilner Mendez Boxing Club. He is 16 years old, 120-pounder. He comes into this fight at 1-3. So far, Martinez seems to be the more aggressive fighter. Cruz doing a nice job with the countering. Although at this point, Martinez has him in the corner, goes to the body, goes to the face. A big left, another big left, misses with the right. He's got him up against the ropes here, really controlling him. But now Cruz caught him with a short, stubby right. Another big overhand right from Cruz misses. Martinez keeping it on the inside and is connecting much, much more frequently. Looks like he may have caught him in the back of the head. Referee issues the warning as Cruz and Martinez duke it out. Another big left to the face from Martinez.
Yeah, definitely. Martinez is coming in with those rights and lefts, trying to put him back in the corner and on the ropes. But Cruz is starting to find an answer. You know, he's trying to really trying to have Martinez kind of get a little bit tired before maybe he starts his attack.
So this first round, down about the last 10 seconds, another big left to the head from Martinez. Martinez has been landing that counter left an awful lot. First round comes to an end, and Martinez and Cruz will head to their respective corners. Martinez seemed to dictate the pace of that fight at the beginning. I think my brother just went over there and got Central Boxing all stirred up. What did you just do?
I just told him not only was that the best fight all night, but he was the best fighter I've seen all night. He should be proud of himself.
I appreciate you doing that. Obviously, Caden, after his matchup ended, Stefanem was very disappointed. His coach was very upset. His dad was very comforting to him, and his mom came over and was very confused by the decision. Then the entire boxing club, big ups to Central City Boxing for this. But they all greeted Caden and let Caden know what a great job he did. And then Tony's Guire from Scrub Scraps just went over to reiterate that, and Central City Boxing really liked that. He really made their night telling them that. So it's what it's all about here. We're here. Look, there's a lot of teaching going on here. That's the most important part, and the fundamentals, and it sucks. But there's the winning and losing part of this, D-Lo, and you do have to learn how to deal with that.
Yeah, and remember, we got some of these competitors, they're still kids, and they need to, get that positive reinforcement and letting them know that, yes, you are doing the right thing. Because, yes, it's a learning experience, and we're seeing how it affects, the mental fortitude, but also how to deal with that loss. But these fighters back in the ring here are showing what they can do.
Martinez has landed that left counter hook to the head repeatedly in this fight. It seems to be most of the damage that he's doing Cruz, meanwhile, big haymaker guy here.
Yeah, again, both guys could benefit from just the basics: footwork, jab, set those up. You can't just go out there and just wing hooks. You gotta lead up to it. You gotta control the pace a little bit. If you're just slugging with each other, again, a fight like that could go either way. You got to really dictate what they're looking for is somebody that controls the pace, controls the rhythm. When both guys are just going at it like that, you're leaving it up in the air for the judges.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything definitive either way. I mean, so far, like I said, Martinez has landed that left to the head a bunch of times. Cruz maybe has landed more volume-wise, but really hasn't done any damage here at this point. So we just saw what happens when you leave it in the hands of the referee. I don't suggest that again.
No, exactly, and not to take anything away from either fighter. They're fighting a really hotly contested, fast-paced fight here. But again, after what you just saw, you should know you got to do something to stand out to these judges. You got to control. You got to your footwork, feints, jabs, head movement. You got to razzle dazzle them, as you said earlier. You want to give them something to think about after each round when they're scoring that.
I'm a big fan of the razzle dazzle. I think if you're not bringing some razzle and you don't have any dazzle, I don't think you have any chance of winning the fight.
No, absolutely. These fighters are definitely going more at the slower, having a little bit of a slower pace than some of the other fights that we've seen tonight here. But as you saw again, when they that we have a little bit of a referee stoppage here, just trying to check on the belt of the fighter here in the blue corner, Cruz. But to start our third round here, we definitely have seen what happens when we leave it up to the referee's discretion. And hopefully, again, we see a little bit more fire from both competitors in this final round.
So this will, after this, we will be down to the final four fights of the afternoon. Scrubs 2 Unbroken. This is the main card. Got a little bit of a late start this afternoon. We thank everybody for sticking with us, and we hope you enjoy some fantastic boxing. By the way, both of these guys both clipped each other back and forth. Cruz gets clipped again. Santos Martinez is really bringing the heat this round. Goes down low to the body, comes up top with the counter left to the jaw. And Martinez gets his bell rung, and they're going to give him the old standing 8. Seemed to me like Martinez was in control there for a hot minute. And just like that, Cruz threw a couple haymakers, one landed, and boom, there you go.
The momentum is definitely on his side right now. Again, from both guys, nice fast-paced fight. Both guys are fighting tenaciously in there, but you got to separate yourself from the pack. You got to start controlling this at this point. We're halfway through the fight.
Seeing a lot of haymakers thrown and missing right now. These two obviously pretty fast pace, throwing some big punches. I just haven't seen anything D'Lo damage-wise from either guy.
Right. They did definitely come out with that razzle-dazzle in this third round, but there's a lot more, they're really swinging with power instead of accuracy here. With another 8 count coming up to Martinez, and we're going to see what happens with this. They're coming back in with Cruz.
Suddenly, Cruz looks like he's in control of this fight.
Yeah, definitely the tables have turned here, as I can keep hearing Cruz's team just keep telling him to keep going, stay on him, keep giving those jabs to the head and to the body, going back and forth. Very nice combination of, one to the head and back to the body, back and forth. But what a great way to wrap up round 3.
I don't know who won this fight. I thought Martinez was in position to win this fight. Couple of standing 8s in the third round. That's not gonna be good for him. So it looks like Cruz may have pulled out his second victory in 5 fights.
Yeah, I definitely scored for Cruz. I thought he had the better moments in this fight. Again, when you're just mentioning another fighter shot for shot, you're really leaving that up to the judges there. Obviously, neither guy could really hurt each other. So at that point, you got to switch up the game plan and do something different. Maybe work the outside so you can just keep building up points, piling up as you go. Because basically they went. I mean, and it was a great fight. But shot for shot, that's up to the judge to decide who got more in.
Yeah, so we'll get the decision here in just a moment. It's going to be disappointing for somebody. Another split decision. How you like that? All right, so this time the split decision goes the way I thought it was going to go. Again, I'm not mad at the results of split decision. This was a very close fight. All that said, definitely, I thought those two standing eights that had to have hurt Martinez, who I think otherwise probably wins this fight.
Yeah, definitely. Again, once you get the standing eight count, your first one, the judges are looking at you. That they say it doesn't affect you, but it clearly does. At that point, you really got to switch things up and try to do something else.
Yeah, it seemed like in this matchup, like I said, Martinez really did a nice job with that counter left, but there wasn't much more to it. And I mentioned Cruz with the overhand rights. He threw a bunch of them. He missed a lot of them, but he connected at least 2 times and got standing eights on both of those. And I think that was the difference maker.
Right. And Cruz in that third round really stayed on Martinez, really kept at him, even though he was throwing those haymakers and missing, but he really stayed on him and, kept Martinez on the defense.
So our next bout is Christian Kovalkic and Tegan Jones. Why don't we take a quick break, because I don't see anybody even approaching the ring at this point. Take a quick break, do our commercials, and we'll be right back live from Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Yeah, that's definitely something we see here. It's really amazing. I think that he feels really confident boxing and because he's good. He's good at it, and everybody tells him that, But he feels like he's good at it, and he is confident, and then that gives him, more ammunition to cheer people on. I mean, I think one day with you, he was like, "Go Tracy," and just this random trying to motivate another member, that he didn't even know very well. And one of the first people to tell Jared, good job getting out of the ring. So
he's got a big squishy heart.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a big part of that in here. He's awesome. So thank you for
Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships.
All right, here we are. We are back. We're down to the last 4 fights. This is another contest between a couple of female boxers. Kristen Kokjovic, who comes in at 0-1. She's 24 years old, 132 years old, and not with any specific gym. So apparently she just does this out on her own, I guess. She's taking on Tegan Jones, who comes in at 3-1. The 24-year-old weighs 132 pounds, and she represents Shalito's Way. So it's been a few matches here since we've had a female fight. Some women's boxing on the card. We're always excited for that. Again, gearing up for Muhammad Benamor and Mark Solis in our main event. 17-3 for Solis. Benamor 8-3. We saw both of these guys at the first Scrub Scraps, and looking forward to seeing them again. The co-main event is between Victor Nieves, from KL King Boxing, a gym mate of Mark Solis. And then Edmiro Morales from Whaling City Boxing. He's 3-2. The 28-year-old came in weighing 145 pounds against Nieves. So that is what is coming up. Right now, though, Kristen Kolkovic and Tegan Jones, referee has them meeting in the center of the ring. And we are about to get underway. One of the final fights as we start to wind down this card. It's been pretty fantastic. D'Lo, thank you so much for being here. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I told you were gonna.
Oh, absolutely. I'm having a wonderful time here. Love the sport of boxing, and to be here live and in person, it's just something amazing. As we get started with this next bout, these two women are coming at each other full force, with Tegan really going at her.
Yeah, Tegan Jones just has landed all sorts of punches to start this one out, and Kopovic is just eating them.
Right, and Tegan definitely has an advantage here, being affiliated with a boxing gym here. But yeah, Tegan definitely is showing what training can do. But Christine is also showing, putting up a good fight for just training on her own.
So yeah, here we go. Boy, this one started out with Jones just kind of lightening Kocevic up, but she has started to mount her own offense. These two dancing around the ring and throwing a lot of punches at this point. Seeing pretty decent head movement from Kocevic, who goes down low to the body. Jones still kind of working upstairs. Haven't seen her go down low at all at this point. Liking the head movement from Kocevic. That said, Jones going to have to do more than throw a punch at a time. She's going to have to start throwing some combinations here if she really wants to expose her opponent.
Right, and I don't know if you can also hear Jones's coach keeps telling her to stop chasing her and just really stand her ground and really try to land those punches that she's doing. With 10 seconds left in this round, they're really coming and giving all they got here in this opening round.
Yeah, Jones finally started to move the head a little bit more. Pretty aggressive here in the first round. We saw Kocevic kind of do a little shimmy as she walked away. I kind of like that. Feel like she feels a little more confident than maybe she should, but that's not a bad thing going in round two.
Yeah, definitely. Talking again about your razzle dazzle, it's definitely being shown, especially with Tegan with the rainbow colored socks up to the knees. Definitely given that razzle dazzle effect.
I'm such a big fan of the dazzle and the razzle. I'm a socks guy too, so I'm totally digging Jones and the knee highs with the rainbows. It is definitely the right look. Kocevic getting some good lessons in the corner. Coach down on one knee, really hopefully has some good advice for her here in round two. Round one didn't go especially great for Kocevic. So here comes Jones to the middle of the ring, and right away she gears up and starts throwing. And she's got Kocevic trying to back her up towards the corner.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these fighters on the offensive. No one really wants to give up that offensive position here. But it looks like Tegan's really been putting Kocevic into the corner and up against the ropes, really trying to stay on the offensive here and stay strong.
Meanwhile, Jones has landed a couple of big rights to Kocevic's head, not causing a great deal of damage, but is doing more work at this point. And I would assume is slightly up in this fight. We also now just saw Jones go down low for the first time. I like that. Got to work that body. Beautiful left jab. Caught Kocevic again. Kocevic goes down low.
Right, yeah. I feel like Kocevic is finally trying to dissect the Jones's strategy here. As Jones has really just been headhunting here and not really going to the body, so she's really trying to do the bob and weave and duck and try to get out of the way of those hooks to the head.
Kocevic just landed a nice uppercut.
Yeah, Kocevic is really showing this round what she can do, trying to get in between those hands and trying to get right to the head. But another good, another hook by Jones right to the head.
Yeah, Jones definitely seems like a more experienced fighter. But again, Kocevic again going down low, working the body right around the belt area. If again, you're looking at a taller opponent. That belly's right in front of you. You might as well pound on it a little bit. A much better round for Kocevic. Still think Jones might be up here 2-zip as we head into the third round. So Kocevic going to have her work cut out for her here. Jones has been sort of working it all matchup. Tony, the only real positive I'm seeing from Kocevic right now, she's continuing to work the body in this match against a bigger and more experienced opponent.
Yeah, I mean that's your best bet. If you can't outbox them, try to wear them out as best you can. Work that body. Eventually, the head will fall.
So we are heading into our third and final round. 3 more matches after this, and that is the full card here for Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. It's been an absolutely exciting afternoon and evening of boxing. Standing room only at Coventry High School. An absolute sellout here as round 3 starts. Kocevic comes out, guns blazing. Jones is still outworking her, still a step faster, just a little bit quicker than Kocevic on all of these exchanges. Another big left from Jones. Jones in tight. Oh, catches her with a right there. Jones has only thrown 1 punch to the body this entire fight. Totally headhunting. And to me, just either hasn't landed flush enough or doesn't hit hard enough to really do the damage she needs to do here to Kristen Kocevic.
Again, that's a trap that a lot of amateur and first-time fighters do. You want to go headhunting, but if you've landed dozens of them and it's not having any effect, you really need to switch it up, start working that body. Or if you can't hurt them, then just keep throwing that jab out there and a straight right and just keep them on the end of your punches.
That said, Jones just literally dropped back-to-back lefts to the lower body of Kocevic. And it's having an impact now. And now she's suddenly starting to land the left and right to the head. A couple of shots to the body. The arms dipple enough that suddenly all these punches from Jones are landing.
Yeah, they're definitely wearing down now. I think those body shots are definitely having the desired effect at this point. I could see both fighters kind of wearing down.
Kocevic really the kitchen sink at this point, and anything else she can do here to mount some sort of offense. But it seems like, to me here, this was Tegan Jones, just an experienced fighter working in a gym like Shalito's way. I think that ultimately it's a little more than what Kocevic signed up for.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the training paying off for Jones as she definitely was going more she was really kind of driving the pace, keeping Kocevic on her heels, kind of bringing her up against the corner, up against the ropes. But again, as we've seen throughout tonight, a lot of good sportsmanship between both fighters.
So here we go. We go to the referee's decision.
And typically when we've gone to the referee's decisions this afternoon, it hasn't been great.
Our winner, by unanimous decision, boxing out of the blue corner.
Yeah, Tegan Jones, definitely. That might have been the easiest one to call this entire afternoon. And no disrespect to Kristen Kochevich, I just don't think she's got the experience or is quite at the level of somebody like Tegan Jones. I liked what I saw, though. Like I said, Kochevich definitely knew to work the body, and it really wasn't until late when Jones worked the body, and then that actually literally Kochevich's arms dropped a little bit, and suddenly everything that she was throwing to the head that was not landing started landing, and that was the way this fight ended. This, to me, was an easy 3-0 win.
Yeah, definitely. This Jones definitely proved herself as the victor in this match. Definitely the more experienced fighter, now getting her 4th win here. And Kochevich definitely needs to find a good gym to start really taking this seriously. She did prove herself tonight, but just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, so we are down to the final 3. We are just one fight away from our main and co-main events. The Private Jewels Boxing Club, represented by Ariel Palma, 18-year-old, 154-pounder, comes into this fight 1-0 against Matthew Gwen, Central City Boxing, 18 years old, 152-pounder, comes into this fight with a record of 2-1. As I said, there's only 2 more fights after this one, the main and the co-main event. Mohamed Benamor and Mark Solis, Victor Nieves, and Edmiro Morales will be in those 2 bouts.
From Four Ropes Boxing,
Alexi Dones from Four Ropes, 135-pounder. The 21-year-old is 1-0. Meanwhile, from KO King Boxing, 24-year-old, 135-pound Warney Morales will be making his debut. So we get 3 2-minute rounds coming up between Dones and Morales. And then we move on to the main and the co-main events, and then we will call it a successful day here in Coventry as we approach the 7 o'clock hour on the Eastern time zone in Coventry, Connecticut.
Yeah, for those of you who've been sticking around with us on the live stream for almost our 5th hour now, we really appreciate you for staying tuned and watching some incredible boxing here in Coventry for Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. With the start of this next bout, again, very fast hands from both of these competitors, really landing those punches right to the head.
Nice punch there from Dones right to the solar plex. Haven't seen a ton of body work with a lot of these fighters. You love to see that. These 2 come in high energy. Now Morales mounts his first real offense of the fight. Dones catches him. Back in the center of the ring, the lefty, Morales, trying to outland Dones. Starting to work the jab a little bit. Dones got to move a little bit more. Pretty stiff, and he's a pretty easy target here for Morales. Morales might want to circle in and out of here a little bit, no?
Yeah, it seems like Morales' teammate keeps telling him to focus more on speed than power, and to keep those hands up so that he doesn't, can't really see these fast hands going. Ooh, a nice swing with the left to Morales here. pushing him back up against the ropes, but trying to get out of this situation here.
Yeah, Doan's really starting to mount some serious offense here, throwing some uppercuts too. Morales basically shoves him towards the ropes. Down to the last 10 seconds in this round. Oh, big left hand from Morales. Goes another big one there as the round comes to an end. That looked to me like Morales, for the most part, dictated the fight. I thought Doan's maybe landed the bigger punches.
Doan's definitely came out guns blazing. He came out with a lot of volume, and then I think he kind of either wore himself out or got hurt because Morales just has the crisper shots, more accurate shots, and sometimes, you could throw as much volume as you want. It's the crisper, accurate ones that'll change the pace of the fight. And as you saw there, it started off in Doan's favor, and then he quickly ran into a couple of 1-2s from Morales.
Maybe the southpaw a little more than Doan's is used to handling, because again, you mentioned he got off to a really good start in that round, but started to fall off towards the second half. And late in that fight, we saw Morales land a series of big lefts. And here we go into round 2. Love this.
Yeah, both fighters coming out strong, really strong here. Right out of the bell. Definitely the 1-2 jab right to the face to Morales. Really putting him on the ropes.
Yeah, that's it. Donas absolutely popped him back into the ropes. Got the knees to buckle. He's going to get to standing 8.
Yeah, definitely got down to a knee. Morales went down to a knee there. We're going to see how that affects him for the rest of this round, if we even make it to the end of this round. Another barn burner hit. Tying him up with the ropes here.
Well, round 2 has been quite the opposite from round 1. Doan's really just landing constantly, especially that right uppercut. Going to the body a little bit, too. He just landed 2 of those.
Yeah, Doan's is really showing what he can do in this round coming out of that out of round 1. Kind of on the slower side now, really showing his speed and power to Morales.
Yeah, Morales definitely trying to get something going, and has largely been unsuccessful in this round with most of his punches not really landing. Also had his knees buckled. Now he lands a couple there from the corner. Ducks the head. Oh, big left from Morales. Boy, he needed that one, and he's trying to land another one. Much better footwork. That's what I'm talking about. He's got to be able to spin out like that. Goes right to the body. Then goes up top, changing levels. Morales suddenly is woken up.
Yeah, Doan's had him in the corner for a really long time, but now is backing him up again into the corner. But Morales is fighting out of it. Really trying to land those haymakers at the end of this second round.
Wow, what a fantastic round. A weird round.
What a back and forth that was.
Yeah,
men were stunned in that round.
Just when you thought Morales kind of or Doan's was dominating the round, Morales came back. This has definitely been a back and forth battle.
It's the crisp accuracy and skill of Morales against the power and volume of Doan's. He's so active, and he's just in your face the whole time. And Morales keeps countering him with these crisp, sharp, accurate shots to the chin that kind of give him pause for a minute. It's an excellent fight so far.
Obviously, Morales got popped in that round. You mentioned he went down to a knee, knees buckled, went flying into the ropes. He looked a little surprised that he got the standing 8 count somehow.
Yeah, with a hit like that and showing, a little bit of a weakness there, definitely no surprise that he got that 8 count.
Well, this one gets another great start to this round. These two just in the center of the ring, duking it out like a couple of gentlemen from the 1500s.
Every straight left that Morales lands is it's landing flush right on the chin.
He just caught him again with another big left.
Blood now coming from the nose of Doan's.
Oh, is that our first blood of the afternoon?
Again, and you talk about this a lot, righty on lefty. You're walking into the get punched in the face zone, and your nose is probably going to get broken when you're fighting a lefty. The Dones probably isn't surprised by this.
That's why nobody ever wants to fight southpaws. It goes against everything that you're used to. The way that you shadow box and the way that you practice moving, you're walking right into their best shot. It's just a nightmare for orthodox fighters.
And in the middle of a fight, it's so easy to sort of forget what you're doing, who you're fighting, step forward and eat one.
Yeah, this has been an action-packed fight so far.
So Doan's bleeding, but still throwing bombs. Morales still throwing the better punches in this fight, but this has been a back-and-forth battle the entire fight.
Right, these two fighters are showing what adrenaline can do to the body, right? They're definitely going into those reserve tanks, showing power after power shot, more focus on power than technique here. Right to the head again, Morales.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Doans threw a punch, and Morales was going so crazy forward that he almost got knocked out by the momentum of his own body.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that whiplash too. Definitely from those hits right on the chin. We're seeing the strength of these guys' chins. What an impressive fight! Another barn burner.
That might be the second best fight of the night.
That definitely was the second best fight of the night. Again, a classic matchup of power versus skill. I mean, Morales, everything was crisp, everything was short, everything was accurate, economical, and then Doan's just power and volume and speed. What an excellent matchup that was.
At the end there, Morales nearly walked into basically at that point, Doan's just sort of threw a haymaker out there, and I don't know how Morales didn't eat it and drop to his butt. Lucked out. I think he ends up pulling this out.
Yeah, again, orthodox and southpaw matchup is a bit like two dance partners that are both trying to lead at the same time. You're just going to be walking all over each other's feet. It's hard to work a real rhythm in there.
Out of the red corner.
Well, Alexi Doans, I don't know that I saw that coming.
Yeah, Doan's really, I felt like kind of fought from behind during this match, and definitely once he got busted open a little bit, that adrenaline really started to flow and definitely got what it took to take the win.
I'm a little surprised by that decision. I got to be quite honest. What are you thinking?
I'm not surprised, mainly because Doans was just a high volume fighter. And in a fight like this, where it's kind of back and forth, the guy that you see the most shots coming from, because you got to figure you have two judges on this side, one on that side. So depending on where the fight's taking place, sure. If all you're seeing is the back of a fighter and you just see his hands flying, you're going to assume that he's doing most of the damage, even though his nose is busted. So Morales is throwing less shots, but landing all of them accurately. But when you got one guy throwing double the amount of punches, you're inevitably going to have him win that decision.
So that was a tough one, and I definitely, by the fight's end, thought Morales had done enough to win that one, but he does not. Alexi Donas moves to 2-0 in his career. All right, so we are now on to our co-main event. Victor Nieves from KO King Boxing. He's 24 years old, 140-pounder, comes in with a record of 1-0. He will face Ed Lamiro Morales from Whaling City Boxing. He's 28 years old, 145-pounder, comes into this matchup with a record of 3-2. So we are prepared for the co-main event, and then next up it is Benamor and Solis. So it is nearly come to a conclusion here. Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. Make sure you visit scrubscraps.org to learn more
about Scrub Scraps, the great organization. Make sure you follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. There's a good chance that if you're watching this or listening to it right now, that you are already connected to one of those pages. But please, we could use as much support as you are willing to provide. So it has been an afternoon of boxing. I know my wife's going to give me fits for being home much later than I anticipated, but hey, those are the breaks, D-Lo.
Right, as you guys know, we started about maybe a couple hours late with a little trying to just get things set up here, but you know, we're finally here. We've had a wonderful night of boxing here, and this co-main event is off to another hot start as these two fighters start feeling each other out.
My wife's not going to want me to go to the after party this time around. That I know, but
the good thing is this could have gone later, but luckily 90% of the fights have ended with a knockout.
Yeah.
So a 2-hour late start, but we probably cut an hour worth of fighting out with all those knockouts earlier in the night.
Oh boy, there's been so many stoppages here tonight, and yeah, definitely got us. We would have been here till midnight otherwise. Yeah. So far here, Nieves and Morales absolutely going at it. We got another righty-lefty matchup here. Morales, the southpaw from the red corner, and Nieves, the righty, is in the blue corner. And so far, we have seen high volume from these two as they sort of take a moment, feel each other out, and re-engage. Oh, Nieves caught one right there. Stumbled a little bit. Another big left from Morales. And now he's holding and throwing punches, and the referee seems okay with all that. Now he says something. Nieves keeping the hands high. Morales keeping them low. And will pay the price. And takes one to the body as well. These guys in close, fighting in a phone booth to end the round. Morales and Nieves. That was a pretty high action-packed round.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when we hear that 10-second warning to end of the round, these two fighters definitely take it into overdrive and really give it all they got to hopefully, swindle the judges in their favor.
Swindle the judges in their favor, says D-Lo. What do you think of that?
That's accurate. I mean, you really, in a fight like this, where it's just, back and forth, fighting in a phone booth, you have to do something to get the judges' attention. You can't leave it in their hands. You got to make it clear that you are the winner each round. You can't leave it up to them.
Who do you think took round one?
I thought blue corner definitely landed the crisper, flusher shots.
All right. So I thought Nieves fought a little bit better in that round. D-Lo, who'd you think there? Morales or Nieves?
I got to give it to Morales a little bit because Nieves was really up against the ropes for a good period of time during that opening round here. And again, these two fighters coming out hot, guns a-blazing, 100 miles a minute with those really fast hands.
Yeah, Morales got clipped there a couple of times. Nieves comes out here just absolutely throwing fire. Dancing around each other here, middle of the second round. Nope. All right. Morales gets the break.
You can't be reaching like that.
So Nieves and Morales center the ring, throwing haymakers back and forth at each other. Another big left from Morales.
Got to be careful if he doesn't watch out. He keeps like lunging into things, and he's going to end up getting caught if he's not careful.
Quick break in the action here. Yeah, I mean, again, Nieves keeps his hands very high. Morales keeping his hands super low. When I first pointed that out, Nieves responded by throwing a bunch of punches first to the kitchen sink, and then went up top and landed about 3 or 4 in a row. So, and now he's charging right on him, high, hands high. Catches with that first punch, and now he's I mean, again, and Morales continues to keep the hands low.
Yeah, you got to give it to who's the red corner? Morales. You got to give it to Morales. I mean, he's controlling the distance, he's setting the pace, he's using the jabs. You can't just keep walking in like that. You gotta create openings and get in the gap like that, and use your jab, use feints, use footwork. He's just walking in and he's just getting hit with the crisper shots.
I wonder how much of this is, you're seeing a lot of these guys today, and in the case of many of them, it's probably one of the top 2 or 3 guys in the gym. And you're sparring against other people in your gym, and then you come out to a situation like this. And again, these matchups are meant to be evenly matched. But it seems to me in some of these situations that you have a guy who, might be just a little more high level than the other guy. We'll see how this third and final round plays out here between Nieves and Morales. But, I think Morales has done enough here at this point to win the fight.
Yeah, it looks like during that in-between rounds, Nieves' coach was reminding Nieves to really start trying to work the body, work that lower body region, because he notices that Morales is really going on for the head hunting and really needs to, catch him off guard.
I mean, Nieves has been on the attack, getting hands high, comes in fast, comes in quick. Morales always has the hands low, but he's been able to avoid any real big damage.
And again, like we talked about earlier, the last thing you want to do against the southpaw is come rushing in, because his strongest hand is right where you're heading for.
Absolutely clipped him with a big left cross right there. Nieves absolutely ate that.
He's just coming in hands high. He's got to be throwing stuff on the way in.
Yeah, we've seen a few guys today where they basically lead with their face, and I cannot advise against that anymore.
Right, and especially that all these fighters today have been wearing the headgear. You definitely have to stay on the offensive here and try to protect the face here with those gloves.
Pretty decent footwork from both of these gentlemen, by the way, in this matchup, Morales and Nieves. I would definitely like to see Morales keep his hands higher. That is definitely my one piece of advice his way. Morales and Nieves all fired up now, kind of egging Morales on. But I think Morales seems like he was... Yeah, there's a lot of talking. It seemed like Morales was kind of happy to cruise there at the end. Morales, Nieves wanted to throw hands, and Morales was like, I'm winning. I think we're good.
Yeah, definitely Morales was on the defensive, on the retreat, trying to make Nieves work a little bit harder to try to land some key shots. But what a co-main event. This was definitely there was a reason why these gentlemen were in this position on the card.
Yeah, 100%. Really enjoyed that fight. I'm going to say Morales probably pulls that one out. Again, it seemed like he didn't want to engage late there in the round, because I think he felt in his heart of hearts he'd already sewn it up.
Yeah, I mean, why risk it? You never, the way it's been going all night like that, the last thing you want to do is get clipped and get a standing 8 count when you're clearly ahead.
All right.
Your winner by split decision.
Another split decision.
Boxing out of the red corner.
And it does go, as I suspected, to Morales. So another win from another left-hander in a pretty dang good fight here as we are about to get into our main event. Let's take one more commercial break, do the sponsors, and we will come back and finish it off with the main event. Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken is brought to you by Fox Hill School of Music, Connecticut's most progressive music school dedicated to serving the needs of the modern musician. Cola Construction. From civic projects to affordable housing, retail, and mixed-use developments, our strength in leadership includes award-winning expertise and a personal touch with deep relationships to save money, producing better results ahead of schedule. Elm Hill Manor, an engaged assisted living community in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. The Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, honoring those that have made significant contributions to the world of boxing in and out of the squared circle. From fighters to trainers and from officials to journalists, join us as we pay tribute to these extraordinary individuals. Compass Moving and Storage. Planning a move? Give us a call at 508-385-7070 or contact us by email to arrange a free estimate with one of our expert moving consultants. Costello Roofing. Roofing service from... All right, here we go. We are preparing for our main event between Mohamed Benamor and Mark Solis. Benamor represents Four Ropes. The 23-year-old weighed in at 156 pounds. He is 8-3. Tony, we saw Benamor in the Scrub Scraps revival back in July. We also saw Mark Solis, the New England champ from KO King Boxing, 24 years old, 160 pounds. Comes in with a record of 17-3. I was very impressed with Benamor in the previous bout we saw him in. I thought Solis, not at the top of his game last time out against a pretty inferior opponent. We'll see what happens tonight here with Benamor.
Yeah, I thought that was definitely a pretty close fight the last time Solis was out. And looking forward to see this one. Two high-level guys, two guys that are both going places. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so here we go. This is our main event, Solis and Benamor. And Benamor throwing a monster bomb right there. Came up a little bit short, but it seems like Benamor has got himself a bit of a game plan. He's been changing levels, going high, going low.
Yeah, Benamor's kind of been on the ropes on the defensive side here, while Solis is really coming in hot with those hands.
Solis, in the last time we saw him out there, he obviously ended up doing just enough to win that fight. Well, it just took a big right to that head from Benamor. What do you think of Solis last time out and just overall as a fighter?
I thought Benamor, he did really well his last time out. I don't know if you noticed a moment ago, he switched stances. He keeps switching back and forth between southpaw and orthodox. I don't know if he's doing that to frustrate Solis or if he himself is a little frustrated, isn't sure the best way to fight another southpaw.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see a lot of that. The lefties squaring off at each other, the changing of position. Solis hasn't done it yet, but Benamor is, and you're probably right. He's probably trying to figure out the best way to get on the inside against Solis. So far, pretty good fight here. Nice lead right jab from Solis. Benamor's dictated the action for the most part. Although a lot of the punches he's thrown haven't necessarily landed.
No, but both guys have landed their fair share. I mean, this is actually a pretty good fight. It's not rock'em sock'em robots because these guys are at a pretty high level in the amateurs right now.
So Solis seems like he's trying to dictate here, where Benamor still seems to be trying to figure out the best course of action on how to get at Solis.
Yeah, these two fighters are still trying to really figure themselves out, figure each other out, and see who's going to be more on the attack here. With 10 seconds left in this opening round, these two are showing their full deck of cards here and trying to put the other on the ropes. At the end of the first round, this has been an amazing main event.
Solis tags him right at the end of that first round. It was definitely a bit of a back and forth fight, lot of volume, and again, not necessarily a lot of connecting, but a very exciting first round in our main event between Mark Solis and Mohamed Benamor.
I'd like to see Benamor stop switching stances on him. I feel like he'll be more, once he figures that out, he'll be more confident getting in there because he's landing his fair share. But the fact that he keeps switching back and forth tells me that there's something in there that's not clicking for him. He's not quite sure the best way to approach it. And clearly he could take the power. So I would just sit down on one style and just really just give it everything right now, especially with Solis being the New England champion. You want to make a statement here. You know, you want to be confident.
All right, so Benamor here, we're hoping he sticks to one stance here. Tony seems concerned about that again, that it's maybe more or less Benamor not figuring out how he can get in there and land some punches. So he's been switching back and forth.
Right, and like we've said all night, some of these fighters are coming in with that game plan, but once that bell rings, it's just you're in the moment. You got to go with your gut here, and something's telling Muhammad that he needs to, stay on his toes and try to make the New England champ guess what's going on.
All right, so we are about midway through our second round here between Solis and Benamor. Solis just connected, pushed Benamor's head back.
But again, Benamor in the southpaw stance, Benamor landed about 4 or 5 jabs to the nose of Solis in a row and then switched back to orthodox. Stick with what's working. Don't try to confuse him. Every time he goes to southpaw, it's confusing Solis, and Benamor's able to land. Just stay in that stance.
So we'll see. Obviously it's there he goes back to switching it up again. Comes back left-handed. Be curious to hear what his coaches have to say about the constant switch up.
I mean, trust me, as an orthodox fighter, you don't want to come across a southpaw, but what's even more confusing for a southpaw is fighting another southpaw, because that's something you're definitely never going to see at a gym ever. So I would just stick to that. He has all of his success at a southpaw.
So Solis definitely starting to connect a little bit more here from the middle of round 2 to where we are now. Throws a nice big left there. Oh, again, snaps the Benamor's head back. The Benamor's corner protesting. But here we go. Again, you see Benamor on his back foot, kind of reeling off. Solis kind of headhunting at this point. Circling his opponent. Now he makes his move. Yeah, there it is. Oh, great body shot.
Body shot by Solis.
Solis is such a high-level fighter. He understands that you got to break a big guy like this down against Benamor, who's still trying to figure out which stance to stay in.
And that's that experience right there. That's why he's the New England champion. He knows right now he's got to do something big to take these rounds. You can't just leave it up to the judges. And again, landing powerful body shots. He's having a hard time finding his head. So he switched halfway through the round and started focusing on Benamor's body while Benamor's still trying to figure out if he wants to be a right-hander or a left-hander.
So that's the end of the second round. And my goodness gracious, Solis really proven why he's the real deal, the champion of New England. And definitely, I thought from the middle of that round to the end of that round, he absolutely dictated it. As Tony said, Benamor still trying to figure out which stance.
Yeah, Joe, I am so happy to be on this side of the table and not in that ring, because these guys are throwing haymakers at each other, whether it's to the body or to the head. These guys are giving it all they got, especially here in the main event at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
I was so impressed with Benamor in the first fight at the Scrub Scraps 1, the Revival. I liked the idea of him challenging Solis tonight, but things aren't really going according to the plan. So once again, Benamor switching stances back to fighting the orthodox style. Catches him there with the switch to southpaw.
Every punch that Benamor's landed has been out of the southpaw stance, and he immediately switches to right-handed afterwards instead of capitalizing on it.
Oh, Solis snapped the head back, but the ref said it was more wrist.
See, again, he just landed a right hook at a southpaw
Yep.
right on the chin of Solis. See?
And now he's back to
back to right-handed. I don't know why he's doing that.
Well, this has definitely been the main event we deserved. Solis and Benamor duking it out here. Now both in the southpaw stance. Again, Benamor switching it up, goes back to orthodox. And back to southpaw. And he circles southpaw, throws a punch, throws another, back to orthodox. Solis to the body. Solis, I was going to say, looks like he's about to start mounting as he does each and every round. Solis at some point just sort of takes a look and starts landing his punches. And then, as you point out, immediately Benamor switching stances back and forth.
Yeah, again, he's finding some real success in southpaw, and then he switches right back instead of capitalizing. He switches right back to right-handed. This shows you the professionalism of Solis. It shows you why he's at this level. He's doing an excellent job. He's got bull-like strength, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Solis plays a little bit of defense. He starts to pick out his mark, and then he drops 4, 5, 6 punches in a row, and he lands most of them.
Yeah, they're really trying to stay on the defense and find that spot open. Nice shot to the body there by Solis. He's really trying to show why he is the champ right now.
Benamor got off to such a nice start in this fight, and I thought, maybe. I was like, hey, this will work out. What an exchange from Benamor. Oh, are you serious? How about it? The standing
again, that was out of the southpaw stance.
Does him again.
Stick with it. Don't switch back.
So now Solis isn't messing around. He's definitely thinking he's got to come up big here to end this fight after the standing 8 count. Referee did not like that. Gonna send him back to the nope. Solis going to get deducted a point even right after this standing 8 count. Boy, oh boy, suddenly this thing looks like it's swinging Benamor's way.
Right, yeah, Benamor has definitely proven himself here, taking the champ to the limit.
Was that the end of the round? Is that the end of the fight?
The round ended as he was trying to penalize him.
Oh boy, oh boy.
He yelled time just as she was hitting, as she rang the bell.
Wow, we are about to very well see an upset here from Mohamed Benamor. That the point deduction not only hurt, but to come right off the heels of a standing 8 count. Solis seems pretty confident in the ring. I don't know why. Mohamed knows. I think Mohamed knows he won this.
Yeah, and definitely with the flag of his country with it on his back, he definitely proved himself tonight in this main event fight. Hopefully, not have a controversial ending to tonight, but definitely both men proving themselves as to why they're at the main event level.
So our main event fighters, Mohamed Benamor and Mark Solis, both get a nice ovation from the crowd, a nice show of sportsmanship between them as we are about to get the final verdict here on the very final match. Jared's jaw is dropping in the ring, so I'm going to go ahead and say that Mohamed Benamor has scored the upset of a lifetime against Mark Solis. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Right,
that would be bad.
Decision.
All right. We've got our decision. One last time from the ring. Here's Jared Jones to let us know who took home this main event matchup at Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our main event by majority decision, boxing out of the blue corner.
I guess there's something about being a champion and having to be unseated. I thought Benamor did plenty. I thought Benamor did more than enough. I gotta say, I'm shocked.
I'm shocked as well. I mean, not only did I think he did enough to win, but he also, Solis was also deducted a point. But again, that's the old adage with boxing. You want to beat a champion, you got to really take it from him.
Wow, that was a stunning end to hours and hours of really fantastic boxing. Obviously, there was a couple of fights in there. I think we all agreed could have gone either way, but nobody was mad about it. This one I disagree with completely.
Yeah, we had some phenomenal boxing here tonight. These fighters were proving themselves, and, you know, what a way to end this wonderful night. We want to thank all of our sponsors again. Oh, yeah. We hear the people's champ as he walks by. But what a night of action. We thank our sponsors here for Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. Thank you guys so much for letting us be here and seeing some wonderful boxing.
Well, an absolute pleasure, D'Lo. We appreciate you being here with us today, obviously. A big thank you to Tony Aguirre, my brother, who was also working the corner in the early stages for the Scrub Scraps gym, which is one that is both near and dear to both of our hearts. So big thank you to Tony. Appreciate you being here, brother.
My pleasure. Another amazing night of fights. This one was even better than the last one.
Also got to give a big thank you to Colin, Ryan, Sherm, Rebecca, Zach, Eden, Big JT, and of course to my main man, Bob, doing the old ones and twos and keeping it going all afternoon long. Bob, we appreciate you and the entire crew. A big thank you to Fox Hill School of Music, to Cola Construction, Elm Hill Manor, the Connecticut Boxing Hall of Fame, Costello Roofing, and Central City Boxing and Barbell. That is going to do it for Scrub Scraps 2 Unbroken. Make sure you visit scrubscraps.org to learn more. Follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. I am Joe Aguirre. For everybody here on our broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you at the next Scrub Scraps event in a couple of months.